Good morning. Let me get my interpretation. Good morning once more. How are we doing this morning? How are we doing this morning? Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Thank you for taking your time to attend our side event on Beijing. We are representing all the 5 regions in the continent. And just before we get started, yesterday we did have a very interesting session in the afternoon, and we did get to hear a lot about what is happening in the continent and the concerns of some of our sisters from all over. So before we get started, I'm going to put a chair on my extreme left side, and that chair is going to remain empty throughout the session. The chair is going to represent our sisters who are running away from war-torn areas, our sisters in Sudan, our sisters in Congo, our sisters in Mozambique. We stand in solidarity with them. We feel their heart, we feel their pain, and as AfWID continues, as we continue to interact in our spaces, we do stand in solidarity with them. So I'm just going to grab a chair and put it on my side. I am also going to ask us to stand for a minute to honor the land that we stand on, the land that has got a deep, dark history, a land that is still trying to find its way, a land whose young people are struggling to speak up, are struggling for opportunities. I think we have all gotten the warnings of insecurity and that we should not walk out. Those are some of the challenges that this country is going through. And we just want to honor that they have come this far. And it's because of the far that they have come that we are able to gather here and be together as Africans. And we just hope that it gets better. We all have our challenges from the countries that we come from, but this minute that we're going to stay silent for is for South Africa. Thank you very much. We can have our seats. So on to the fun stuff now. We are all familiar with Beijing, right? Beijing hoye! Beijing hoye! So 30 years have gone by since Beijing. I am very honored and privileged to work with an organization that is at the center of the action of everything that is happening with Beijing. We have had the opportunity and the honor to gather young and old women from all over the continent. Women who have been there, women who are coming into this, young women who are coming into the space, and women who are sort of in the middle, who are holding the transition between the people who have been there and the people who are coming in. We have had consultations, and I'm just going to make a brief presentation on what has been happening during the consultation. So this side event is hosted by FemNet. How many of us have heard about FemNet? I don't have to explain. So we are a network, a communication and development network. We are based, secretariat sits, the main secretariat sits in Nairobi, but of course we have spread all our wings all over Africa. We are membership-based. We do our implementation through our members. I am sure some of the people here who are members of FemNet are grant holders and are implementing some of the work in their countries on behalf of FemNet. So again, thank you for coming. And I hope we have a minute to have a conversation, even if not now, after the activity, just to have a brief on what's happening, what's coming up, so that we keep in touch, because that is how we carry on sisterhood. So, what is our vision? The biggest thing, and during my orientation at FemNet, I was told the first thing that I need to do is make sure I carry out everything that I do honoring the dignity of a woman. Even if I have got to breach protocol of any sort to cover a woman, that should be my priority. We have got different challenges across the continent, and I think the sisterhood calls for covering for each other in all situations, and I think that is what FemNet preaches and implements across the continent. And we like to mobilize voices, stand in solidarity with each other. Whatever is happening, even some incidents that happen that call for voice, we like to be at the front line, offering our support to our sisters, whether it's in Sudan, Mozambique, what is currently happening in Goma. We're always going to be at the front line, fighting with our sisters, standing in solidarity with our sisters. So during the Beijing consultation, last year we had a series of activities across the continent. We did have both virtual and physical consultations. We had consultation in East, West, Central, Southern Africa. We had consultation specifically for the youth. And the main one that we sort of closed the year with was for everyone that we held in Addis Ababa, where we gathered hundreds of young people and women from CSOs to review Beijing. How far have we come? What have we done right? What are the emerging issues around Beijing? We started out at GMAC during the GMAC activity. You know, GMAC usually has two activities. They had one in GMAC where we also held side events and a consultation on Beijing in July. We had a CSO consultation in August that had 112 people. We had the Southern Africa consultation in August as well. We had the youth consultation on 28th August that had 88 people. We had another youth consultation on 18th September that had 134 people. And then we had another youth consultation that we took to X, or formerly Twitter, that was attended by 1,000 people. And we had another youth consultation on 14th October 285. And this is just a series of consultations that we have held. And the one that we had physically in Addis Ababa, we had 383 people. Just to note, you see where the young people are. They're not in Zoom. We cannot afford to gather them all physically as much as I know they're willing, but we meet them where they are. And hosting spaces has proved to be very interactive, where they get to give their opinions, and we hope to continue reaching them using technology, and when we can gather them. And I applaud AfWID because there's a big number of young people at this meeting, and I hope all organizations can follow suit such that young people are given priority during these activities. What was our attendance like in Beijing? We had the Central Africa, we had 7 countries. We had East Africa, we had North Africa, South Africa. This is just numbers to show you that we did go out of our way to gather as many opinions as we could during the Beijing consultation, because we wanted to put, this year is when it actually turns 30. We wanted to make sure we have got enough information going into Beijing at 30, and those voices of everyone all over Africa are represented. What are some of the emerging issues that we gathered from these consultations? We have issues such as femicide, honor killings, technology-facilitated exploitation, private sector-led exploitation. When you have people being employed, underemployed, we have people who are abused, especially women in trade, women trading on the borders who are really, really exploited. We took all that into account, and we're going to be sharing the reports of what came out from the consultations that we held. Africa did make demands. Africa and young people did make demands, such as to develop national care and domestic work policies that recognize, redistribute care and support by recollecting resources, provide sufficient funding to initiatives on domestic unpaid care work, and more equitable sharing of responsibilities between the state, the household, and women, to improve capacities of institutions linked to the labor markets, to address human rights violation, respect the rights of migrant workers and emerging discriminatory issues in the labor migration, to increase migrant workers' participation in unions, to ensure their voice is heard in social dialogue and progress. They demanded that we improve the mobilization of domestic resources and develop progressive taxation system ensuring that wealth distribution fosters social investment and inclusive growth. The issues of debt came up. I think most of us from the countries we are coming from, we are struggling with debt, such that money meant for development, money meant for women, money meant for social activities is directed towards debt repayment, and we are left to struggle with issues such as education and health, which are very basic in our society. So young people spoke up very strongly, and they are calling for reforms in such policies that are really, really hurting women and young people. We also were supported by the GEF Secretariat, and of course, young people who have interacted with GEF. I'm sure there's some people who have interacted with GEF. And the common position was GEF not acknowledged as a multilateral process, important for GEF to sensitize member states on the process, and blueprints encourage them to use the language. Whenever we have been interacting with the states, with some organizations such as the AU, we have really, really had a struggle with language. And we have had very big pushbacks, such that some documents that we come up with are rejected entirely based on the language that we use. The civil society, we push for inclusive language. We include for everybody. We push for everybody to be recognized in their diversity, and we have gotten very big pushback from, especially the AU. We also called for the AU to support the states. There was a proposal that the decision for debt cancellation, as well as demands for reparations, which will redirect essential resources towards social and economic development efforts that advance gender equality and women empowerment rights. We have seen money being pulled out of women's health. In some countries, such as Kenya, we have seen maternity policies being cancelled, working health insurance, a properly functioning health insurance system being scrapped, and we don't know even where we are heading with that. And I'm sure the same is facing many other African countries. And the thing is, what catches us by, it's not by surprise, I wouldn't say by surprise, what really continues to surprise us is the government continues to collect money to acquire more debt and to repay that debt in expense of social and economic activities that will benefit women and young people. So, as we all know, we are all heading towards the CSW 69, and this year the theme is going to continue to be about Beijing turning 30. FemNet is going to hold an African Disrupt. This year it's going to be a little different. I'm sure some of us have attended previous Africa Disrupt activities held by FemNet, where we usually sort of have an alternative position paper from Africa. We sort of did that last year during the consultation. So this year we're going to be sort of calling for the revitalization of CSW. Going into CSW, Femnet at the last week of Feb is going to hold the Africa Disrupt in Botswana. My Botswana sisters, we can't wait to meet you in Botswana. And we are also supporting a few people from across the region to be attending the CSW New York. That is the end of my presentation. I'm not going to kill you by PowerPoint. The exciting people are coming in. I am done with the numbers. So the real VIPs of the days are coming on stage. They are seated on my right-hand side. It's a mixture of everyone. And we have got representation from across the region. We have got a panelists from North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa. Who am I leaving out? Southern Africa. Yeah, all those people are going to be presented, and they're just going to be reviewing Beijing again. And they're just going to lead us, because what the aim of this activity is to hear you people out. They're just going to sort of give leading answers so that we have got more feedback from the floor about the process of Beijing, how far we have come, what demands you have in regard to Beijing, and going forward, how do you want programs to be designed within the framework so that they can sort of represent what our dreams, our vision are for this region. So I'm going to call them one by one. Feel free to cheer your people. If you don't cheer your people, who will cheer your people? So first on stage, I'm going to call from North Africa, Ms. Amel Samoud. She is the founder and president of Association of Tunis. She has been a general administrator in the Tunisian public administration for 35 years at the Ministry of Economy and Planning, in charge of policies for women, the family, children, the elderly. She is a gender focal point at the General Directorate for Education and Citizenship, at the General Committee for Sectoral and Regional Development. She is a Beijing veteran. She was a journalist. She has saved her past. She has her little media past. If you have a minute, just take a look at it. It's so pretty. You never know where these photos take you. Oh, she still has it.
I'm very proud for this.
So take those photos, keep them. These 30 years later, you don't know who's gonna ask who was at AfWID. So keep these memories close to you. So most importantly for me, she is a board member representing North Africa at Femnet. So let's clap for Amel as she takes her seat. Next, we have got another living legend from East Africa. She is an educator, she is an activist, she is a global social justice advocate. She is renowned to fight for women. Like anywhere you find a fight for women, just look for her. But you should also look for her where women are dancing. Please put your hands together for Ms. Wahuka Kara. Next, we're going to have someone from Central Africa. She has been a senior administrative officer for 23 years in an HIV and AIDS care center where the majority of patients are women, and is also the coordinator for Mafubo, Centrafrique, and coordinator for AfWID in Central Africa. Please help me welcome Ms. Celine. Let's move on to West Africa. We have a very amazing young woman who is also a lawyer like me. She has a strong social service background. She works with young people in British and American communities. Her work centers on creating relationship between networks within communities to provide members with both local and global opportunities. She emphasizes on the potential value that can be accessed or mobilized by individuals to succeed through breaking their barriers. And I think most importantly, she is the co-founder of H-Factor. Please help me welcome from West Africa, Ms. Dalapo Hannah. Finally, last but not least, from Southern Africa. She's an educationist, a sports scientist, a writer, an advocate for the youth and women development. Where is she from? Please help me welcome Ms. Rita Triboyi. Okay. If you have not shared your own, don't be jealous. I want to be a Warsaw member now. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the warm welcome to our panelists. My questions are going to be very, very brief. And before I go on, just allow me to acknowledge my colleague, the program's coordinator. Kindly wave at Femnet. Just wave. I am not alone. We also have their people. I have my people. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Maureen. I know I put you on the spot. So let me also take a sit. I don't want to be blocking their view. So I'm going to start with the panelist on my extreme left. Have you noticed I had to think about it? I usually cannot tell my left from my right. When I say left, I have to think about if it's my left or my right. So I'm going to start with Miss Amel. You were a journalist at Beijing in the year 1995. You were in the newsrooms. You saw the people who were working in the space at the time. Could you kindly just give us a brief of what you have seen change from 1995 up to now within the spaces, and what are some of the emerging issues that you can relate to, and just speak to that? You have a mic? I have two.
Can I speak in French?
Yes, yes. Please, she's going to speak in French. Let us wear our translation. Please go on.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you, women all of Africa. I am very, very proud to be with you today. I'm the Tunisian Francophone country. I'm coming from the north to all across the side to go to the south of Africa to be here with you. So I'm very proud to speak with you about what happened, my little experiences in Beijing 1995. So it was a big experience for me, as I was a little journalist. I have only 28 years at this time, and I was very, very proud to be chosen by a Tunisian delegation to be the little one with the Tunisian delegation. So I'm not very old, so I'm very proud of this badge, because I have it 13 years ago. It allowed me to be in civil society in Huairou, and it allowed me to be in the official meeting that was in Peking, in the capital. So it was very exciting for me to be there, to see all the women of all the worlds, of different kinds, different religions, and different language. But all of these women understand with us, because we are human before. We have love in our hearts. So even if they don't understand what I say in French, her hearts, my eyes say what I want to say, that I'm solidar with these women that come from all over the world to defend egalities between men and women, and especially the women in rural region that suffer a lot, even in our region, in all over the world, they suffer a lot. So it was very, very interesting to see all of these women. It's excuse me, now I will speak in French because I'm francophone. I can speak easier in French. So, j'étais très contente d'être parmi vous, de venir du nord de l'Afrique vers le sud. J'ai fait tout ce chemin, mais il fallait que je parte vers un autre pays et revenir en Afrique. Ça, c'est un des défis, le transport entre les pays africains. Pourquoi on n'a pas de transport direct dans notre pays? Pourquoi on laisse les autres?
Just a minute, Amel.
Okay.
French translation, please.
Sorry.
We cannot hear. Are we okay?
Yes. No translation here. Please, translation.
No translation. French translation, please. Please let us know when you are ready to proceed so that Amel can continue.
Is it
We can
okay
hear
for
you.
translation?
Please let us know. We can hear you laugh. We want to join the laughter. Please let us know when we are ready to proceed.
Is it okay?
Not yet.
Translation? Not yet.
But now, when they start speaking in English, the French participants will need to hear the interpretation. But okay. So, technical hiccup. We will have to come back to the French speakers. I am told there is a bit of an issue, so we are going to proceed to an Anglophone, and then we're going to get back to the French speakers.
Okay.
Okay, can we try now? All right. Amel, please proceed.
Yes. Donc, je disais en anglais, mon petit anglais, que je suis très fière d'être parmi vous, de venir du nord de l'Afrique vers le sud de l'Afrique. J'ai traversé tout ce chemin, mais pour venir ici, j'étais obligée de partir de l'Afrique et revenir en Afrique. Je crois que c'est le premier problème, le premier défi à relever, c'est le transport entre les pays africains pour encourager l'investissement pour les femmes africaines surtout. Et aussi le problème de visa pour certains d'entre vous. Je crois que vous avez eu un problème de visa. Ça ne doit pas être un problème pour les pays africains. On doit être solidaire. Pourquoi le visa? On est tous africains. C'est bien ça ou non? J'aimerais bien entendre votre voix. C'est bien ça ou non? Merci. Moi, la Tunisienne, qui a été choisie par la délégation tunisienne d'être la plus jeune journaliste pour partir à Pékin. J'ai laissé mon fils de 5 ans et je suis partie des milliers de kilomètres pour faire la couverture pour tout ce Pékin, pour l'événement de la 4e conférence mondiale sur la femme. À cette époque, je ne croyais pas à l'importance de cette conférence. J'ai cru qu'il y aura à chaque 3 ans ou 2 ans une autre conférence. Mais cette conférence était cruciale. Elle a changé de Mexico à Nairobi. Des rencontres ont été des prises de conscience majeures pour les droits des femmes. Pékin 95, c'est vraiment un tournant historique pour la femme. Avec l'adoption d'une plateforme d'action mondiale qui reste aujourd'hui un cadre essentiel pour protéger les acquis et exiger plus d'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes. Je me souviens à l'époque, j'étais de Pékin, je suis obligée d'être journaliste, d'être dans l'hôtel à Pékin et de partir chaque jour des kilomètres pour atteindre la réunion des ONG. Et je me souviens de ce jour-là, on a stoppé toute la circulation pour que Madame Hillary Clinton peut passer paisiblement. Je me suis dit, si c'était une femme, First Lady de n'importe quel pays africain, est-ce qu'il aurait fait ça? Est-ce qu'il aurait stoppé toute cette circulation pour elles? Donc j'ai dû arriver un peu tard ce jour-là dans l'ouverture de la conférence pour les ONG. Mais c'était fort la voix des femmes. Vous ne pouvez pas croire combien c'était fort les ONG. C'était une prise de conscience que on n'entendait pas la voix des femmes, surtout la femme africaine. C'est pour cela qu'elles ont exigé d'emmener l'attente des ONG de Huairou à Pékin pour que les officiels voient ce que les femmes dans les ONG font, pour voir combien ces femmes-là sont très fortes pour leurs droits. Donc, voilà, moi j'étais dans l'ouverture, c'était grandiose. Vous connaissez les Chinois pour les ouvertures, ils font de très belles choses. J'étais toute excitée, toute heureuse d'être parmi ces gens-là. Donc, comme je dis, c'était un tournant vraiment historique. Malheureusement, il y a beaucoup de manque pour le leadership féminin. Aucun pays jusqu'à maintenant n'a atteint les 30% des femmes dans les postes de décision, surtout dans le domaine de la paix et des résolutions des conflits. C'est pour cela, là où il y a des conflits, vous trouvez moins de femmes qui gouvernent. Une parlementaire dont j'ai oublié son nom, elle a dit, lorsqu'il y a des grands débats et des grandes décisions, même si on ne te donne pas une chaise, prenez une chaise et prenez votre place et parlez. Prenez, décidez. Donc, il faut oser, mesdames. Il faut oser pour avoir ce qu'on n'a pas depuis des années. Donc, il y a 12 points qui ont été débattus lors de la 4e conférence mondiale sur la femme. Et je vous assure, le maximum de points, c'était l'idée des Africaines surtout. Elles étaient très fortes, elles étaient là. Le point, par exemple, l'inclusion économique, le besoin d'investissements concrets pour soutenir le leadership féminin, au-delà des solutions limitées comme le microfinancement. L'éducation et la pauvreté, c'était une demande des pays africains. Comment briser le cycle de pauvreté et les conflits et permettre aux femmes d'accéder à des opportunités réelles. Parce qu'une femme qui n'est pas diplômée, elle ne peut pas être vraiment une femme qui aspire pour le changement.
Thanks, Amel. Thank you very much. Let's give a hand clap to Amel. She has even gone beyond her space, which is women and the media. How many of us are women working within the media space? Let me see by hand. What is happening currently in the media space? And what are some of the issues and the challenges that we are facing that are very specific to women? I would like to hear from you before we move on to the next panelist. Should I? Sorry? No, I'm just saying the women in the media space. I want to hear from women in the media space. Amel has given us her experience while she was at the Beijing in 1995. She was a young woman sent there to cover the media as a journalist in Beijing. And I'm just wondering, as women in the media space today, what is it that we're experiencing that is very specific to women that you think can be addressed within the framework? So I'm just going to take 4 answers, one from her, another from her. I'm trying to balance out the room. There's a lady who's waving really hard. That's number 3, and then number 4.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Kinga Fagukera from Cameroon. I'm a Warsaw Fellow. So what I understand about women in the media space from what I've known is, first of all, the fact that the latest statistics on technology-facilitated gender-based violence highlights that women journalists are the highest people who are experiencing this form of violence on media spaces, especially cyberbullying, harassment, and other forms of abuse. Now, also women in the media space still face underrepresentation in terms of their roles are still being sexualized, and they are not still given the frontline positions to be able to showcase their skills and their expertise. Also, women in the media space are still facing backlash and censorship. Like we have the global issues of free speech and hate speech. So they are still the first people who are affected by issues of press censorship. And so we need more women to be empowered in the media to take up roles and responsibility without them being stereotyped, without them being looked upon like just women. If we go to the media houses like the newspapers and the editorial rooms, what are the roles that women are given? Are they given the roles of directors, or they are just placed as anchors? Are they given the opportunity to be able to carry the cameras around as well, or they are given roles just as secretaries? You should just edit and stay at the background work, and nobody gets to really see them. So we need more women in the leadership positions in the media. We need women to be at the forefront and for them to also be included in policies and decision making. We also need more laws of women inclusion in the media. These laws are not really mainstream, and we need to see it more and more because we know the media is very powerful these days. It can transform communities. We need the media to push the Beijing platform agenda, and we cannot push that agenda without women at the forefront because nobody can speak for women more than women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We need more women at the front line of the media houses, of the media spaces, and all. We need to support the women who are out there. It's one thing to want to look a certain way, and it's another thing to be made to look a certain way. So she took number 2.
Thank you. I have a sore throat this morning. My name is Zahra Said. I'm currently the chairperson of female journalists in South Sudan. I'll just add to what my sister has said. I'll just add culture, tradition, and norms degrades female journalists, especially in our settings in South Sudan. The other issue we are being taken as stereotypes, the hard talks, going to front lines like them is not given chances to us. We are only given social coverage. The other coverage, political coverage, we are not given. And the other worst thing is that the challenges, most challenges that women journalists face is that you are given news at 10. No security for yourself. Taking into consideration a country like South Sudan, where we have no electricity, no transport, no vehicle to transport you. All that is on your head. The last news is read by a woman. What will happen to her? Of recent, we have challenges of women journalists being abducted, but Union of Journalists is working hard to make sure that their release is secure and they have been taken to a safer place. Secondly, we have registered with the Human Rights Defenders Network to secure the female journalists because of the stereotyping, the censorship, and the editorial. Yes, on the editorial, no woman is an editor. We had one female editor in a local newspaper, but unfortunately, she was arrested, tortured, and now maimed, and now she's just like that. We're just praying for her. So this is the challenges we're facing.
We hear you and we stand with you and all the women media journalists going through these challenges. I'm going to take number 3 and then number 4.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So my name is Theri Ekoumanene, and I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm a feminist movement leader, and I'm also a media professional, having practiced for over 6 years. I think this is a very interesting conversation. The first thing I would like to say on the topic is that the media is a reflection of society. Being that the African society, and we can narrow this down to our specific countries, is deeply patriarchal. That feeds into what comes into the media. The stereotypes, the gender norms, the expectations, and how women get to face deep-rooted systemic issues of gender-based violence. So I think the previous speakers actually did great justice highlighting what are some of the challenges, and I think generally we resonate to most of these challenges. And for Sierra Leone, I just want to add that another challenge is the fact that, when it comes to, women in the newsroom, there are certain stories, there are certain assignments that are considered hard, and there are certain tasks which are considered soft. So, for example, when it comes to political issues, economic issues, reporting, and all the rest of it, most of these assignments are assigned to men. And then when it comes to, just gender, and I think working in the newsroom gave me a certain rage. Because most often, women are called upon to report issues with gender elements. Oh, this is a women issue, just go. It's just being tokenized, just something light. Just go and take it. But when it comes to the hard talks, the hard conversations, it's often, it's often, there's this belief that, most women journalists are not capable of handling such news or such conversations. Yeah, and I did my dissertation on the role of the media in terms of, the way it portrayed women aspirants during the 2018 elections in my country. And some of the findings that I came up with were crazy. Even the way the media reported on women aspirants, it affected their chances at the election. There were things which they focused on that they did not focus on when it had to do with the male political aspirants. Like, for example, when it was the women, they wanted to know how the women was dressed, what, their husbands made of their political goal, whether they had their husband's approval or not, those kind of stuff. So it was them taking those women away from the main issues. What are your policies? What are your aspirations? And how are you better positioned, to create the change as opposed to your male counterpart? I think, we've, extensively elaborated on the challenges, but to just add, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we would all like to hear some of the findings from your dissertation, and you can see how media is influencing different aspects of our lives, even outside the media houses. So I'm going to take number 4 and maybe a number 5.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Afi. Thank you, South Africa. We are so proud of women in different countries. I am Radia Boulahia from Algeria. And excuse me, راح نهضر باللغة الأم نتحدث باللغة العربية. نحيي كل العربيات الموجودات هنا. أنا بحكم عملي في الإعلام صحافة مكتوبة إذاعة وتلفزيون نحب أشير إلى نقطة مهمة جدا أنه العمل الميداني بين الصحافة المكتوبة وبين الإذاعة والتلفزيون يعني فيه اختلاف وضغوطات متنوعة يعني تحس بها المرأة العاملة في المجال الإعلامي خاصة إذا كانت أم ومسؤولة على أسرة. هذا راح يأخذ منها وقت كبير وتضحيات كثيرة في المجال الإعلامي. احنا الحمد لله ربما في الجزائر عندنا مجال مفتوح بالنسبة للمرأة وللمشاركة المرأة في مختلف الفعاليات خاصة بالنسبة للتغطية السياسية. يعني كنت نسمع في زميلاتي من سيراليون وجنوب إفريقيا أنهم يتعرضوا للاغتصاب، يتعرضوا للخطف. الحمد لله احنا لا نعاني من هذا المشكل. احنا عندنا ومسموح لنا في كثير من المجالات أنه نتدخل، أنه تكون صوت المرأة موجود، أنه المرأة تكون ممثلة في مختلف المناصب سواء كانت البلدية الولائية أو حتى الوزارات. بالنسبة للتغطية يعني نحكي على العمل الميداني، ربما المشكل اللي أو النقطة اللي احنا حاليا في الجزائر نتحدث عليها هي الوصول إلى المناطق المعزولة في الجزائر، سواء كان في الجنوب أو في الشمال أو كما سماها السيد الرئيس مناطق الظل. هي المناطق التي تكون المرأة فيها محرومة ربما من الوصول إلى التعليم، إلى تغطية صحية جيدة. احنا كصحفيات وكعاملات في الميدان نحاول أن نصل إلى هذه المناطق حتى نوصل صوت المرأة، صوت الفتاة التي عندها أحلام كبيرة تريد أن تحققها في بلدها، تريد أن تغير الواقع المعاش في نقص ربما في بعض الموارد. هذا عملنا وهذه مهمتنا، أن نوصل صوت المرأة سواء كان كتابة في الجرائد أو في التلفزيون صوت وصورة أو في الإذاعة أين أشتغل حاليا. عنابة هي مدينة في الشرق الجزائري أين أشتغل حاليا، يعني الحمد لله عندنا الكثير من الفرص كصحفيات وكعاملات في المجال أن نصل إلى المعلومة، وهكذا نستطيع أن نوصل كل صوت امرأة وصرخة كل امرأة في الجزائر، في الشرق، في الغرب، في الجنوب الكبير، الجنوب الجزائري، حتى تكون آذان صاغية لتغيير هذا الواقع المعاش للأفضل والأفضل إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. I think we do have a responsibility to the women in the rural areas, the women who have not gotten a space yet, the women who don't have access to media. As much as we are saying what has gone right and what has gone wrong, I think we also need to remember the responsibility that we do have towards the women who are not here and the women who are not represented. Allow me to take one more question for a special case. It's a woman with a disability who is in the media space. Let's hear her kindly.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having given me this opportunity. Otherwise, I would be left behind. I'm Basma Soussi from Tunisia, and I have a visual impairment. I'm a journalist for now 7 years, working as a volunteer in an associative radio dealing with matters related to human rights and especially people with disability. And I've lately covered the Paralympic Games in Paris, and I was the only journalist with a visual impairment to do that. So, I would like to thank AfWID, Femnet, and all the wonderful people who made this event be possible for us, especially Amel Samoud, who was the young journalist, and I'm now trying to bring the voice of all these women as journalists. I won't be long, because formerly, in my previous life, before my visual impairment, I was an English teacher. I lost my job because of my visual impairment. And 1 of 5 women all over the world, 19% of us women all here are women with disability. So women with disability have to need their access to media and their access to the space of expression. And that's why I would like to raise the voice of these women with disability, especially deaf women. Where is the content which is accessible for deaf women, whether here or in the media? Which content is given in the media? In my program, I am supposed to be live now in Tunisia, but I prefer to be here with you. In my program, I bring women to speak about their different experiences, their problems, how they arrive, how they become success stories. And through that, I would like to call the attention to the problems of education, to the problems of transport, to different problems. And when I come to the media, when we have 2 parts, whether as audience or as part of the media. We, for example, women with disability in general, we may represent, let me say, a very, very, very small minority in journalists. And women in general, we have to think about interest. Who is financing media? men are financing media, and their interest is not in raising matters which can change mentality. We are always supposed to be those beautiful ladies. Sometimes we don't pay attention to the content, but we pay to the attention, what is she wearing, if she is beautiful enough or not, why is the makeup like that? We pay attention to such things. I recall one of the journalists in Tunisia who told me, I prefer calling men to speak because when I ask them to come, they quickly come. But women spend much time taking care of themselves, which is not always true, because women have other roles. They have to take care of children. They have to prepare their food. They have to do so many things, and they also have to be successful journalists. Women are not equipped. The good equipment is mainly for men. Women are not empowered. I call AfWID and Femnet and all others to empower women as journalists so that we can change the image of media. And media are so powerful because they have a great impact. And rarely would we find programs which are handling the problems of rural women. In Tunisia, for example, we speak about the lorries of death. These lorries which transport women to their place of work. We speak about these women when we have accidents in which we have many of women who are killed. And then the media remember that we have women who are working in fields and who are suffering from problems of transport. So covering media, covering events on women doesn't have to be occasional. We don't have just to think about the 8th of March and what we can do. We have to speak about the matters of women all over the year. And we women to empower our other women so that they can bring the real image of women, an image of hope, an image of a future in which we can transform our reality by bringing a good content which can change mentalities. And thank you so much for having given me this opportunity.
That is so powerful. Kindly allow me, we still have a panel, and I'm going to pass the mic every time a panelist speaks. So kindly just hold so that we hear from our next panelist, who is Ms. Wahu. I'm going to pass the mic. I will give you a chance, I promise. I will give you a chance. She's going to speak and then I'm going to pass the mic around. I promise. We are going to have so many people given opportunities to speak. After every panelist, I will pass the mic around for at least 5 people to speak. I promise, I'll pass the mic. So allow me to welcome Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara has been speaking on many, many social justice issues that affect women across the continent. So I just want to hear from her, what has changed? Where are we going? Where do you think we should go as young women coming into the space and utilizing the Beijing framework? Welcome, Ms. Kara.
Thank you very much. This is a very, very historical moment. And we are here because history has given us the opportunity to act upon the historical questions of our lives. That's why we are referencing our being here, Beijing plus 30. The stories are out there. My experience with the whole process, from even before Beijing and beyond now that we are here, it is that every step marks a very big stride the women have done. In Beijing, the women brought down the walls that balkanize human beings across the world. The women brought an identity of global citizenship. And that's why it's very, very, very important to celebrate that. Because people of the world were represented by women in Beijing. And remember, China was a very closed nation for many years. So it was also very historical that opening or breaking the barriers and the walls of the balkanization happened in Beijing. So to speak, the women delivered public space to themselves. It was never given to them. They delivered. Their organizing and going there was coming from the experience they were having from wherever they were coming. Like in my country, Kenya, we had gone through a process of fighting for freedom in the 50s. And we got independence in the 60s. And the independence was hijacked here and there. And the women who fought during the independence of the 50s had come out more powerful because they became decision makers in deciding how society must thrive, be sustained, and continue. They fought in the war. They were left in the villages. So the women always have worked so hard to occupy the public space and act upon for the good of all. That is what happened in Beijing. We saw the world through our lenses by seeing each other. You saw people you have never had, you have never imagined you'd see them. They saw you, you interacted. Language barriers were not important. Just like I'm watching here, we are ongoing whether there is translation or not, because it's the spirit of the being that connects, and we are connecting. So, having opened the space is there. We can do with this space whatever we want. That's why we give congratulation messages and heartfelt thanksgiving and gratitude with so much love to our sisters of AfWID for bringing us here to be able now to take the next steps that needs to be taken. My experience and what I'm passionate about and what I will relentless continue to move, even in my grave, because people will have taken over from what I believe in. It is that we do not address the fundamental questions, the contradiction and the conflicts of power. Women, wake up. These matters are questions of power. Those journalists have given experiences. It is not going to change because we are in Johannesburg. No. Power is negotiated. Power is taken over. Power is never is easily accessed. So we have to understand the dynamics of power relation, which is very conspiratorial, the global international framework of the international relationship architect is so conspiratorial, so violent, and that's why wars will continue going, because fundamentally they are fighting the resources over the resources of the world. And people are part of those resources. The paradigm shift that must happen is to access that power differently. The way we are doing by coming to converse, make these conversations with ourselves, and get energized and encouraged, and be confident it is possible to take power. I have never held any political power in my country, Kenya. But I'm a powerhouse in myself. I'm a powerhouse in myself. Because I don't need to be in parliament. I don't need to be the president of Kenya. But I need to be with the women on the ground, organizing and mobilizing for alternative emerging scenarios of how our power can be exercised. There is exclusion power and there is inclusive power. I'm sorry. There is exclusive power and inclusive power. Patriarchy arrangement is exclusive. It is the domain of capitalism, the political economy which we must understand. And it is patriarchy. The men serve that interest. They conspire. They divide among us. And that's why we are a white, black, yellow, I don't know who we are. And until now they have gone, we are women and we are men. And that is nonsense. It's power games of the benefit of those who are in power. For over 500 years, from slavery, remember you are Africans, from slavery to colonialism, and now neoliberal colonialism. We must understand the neoliberal economy to engage with the neoliberal political paradigm so that we know where are we going to locate power. And power belongs to people. The sovereignty of the people. We are the people. And women, we are the ones who give birth to people and we sustain societies. I want just to reference a young lawyer who spoke yesterday that we must restore our families and our communities. So the space that is here, we have not to lament. Lamentation is over. Beijing brought the space. Plus 30 is to forestall the imagination and the good visions we have of society that works, that are in harmony. And to summarize, I can see I am going on. You know I love talking these things. So the question is here, what alternatives do we have? We have horizontal subsistence economy. Horizontal subsistence economy. That's what women know. We have horizontal participatory democracy. That is what women know. I've heard their researchers here research on those frameworks and tell us what we should do, because we must know what to do and act upon now. Not complaining. Not complaining. Access power and decide on how decision-making remains the domain of the woman. If I'm not saying anything, I'm saying our challenge is to bring power to where women are in matters of decision-making. And we lead it, guide it, decide on it, and insist that we are the people. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Ms. Kahara. She always brings the house down. Just like 30 years ago, Beijing did something special for us. We are here now, and she speaks about power. I'm about to take the mic round again. Please don't beat me. But we're going to have, how many rows are there? We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is it fair if we have one voice from every row? Can we agree on that? Yes, you are there. I am coming to you. So we are speaking to power, and we are speaking of stopping the act of lamentation, right? We are no longer going to lament. We are going to take the... How does taking power look like to you? How does making change and accessing power look like to you? Just think about it. In your little spaces, in your countries, in your families, in our religious institutions, we want to stop lamenting. The Beijing framework is there to back us up. It's not a legal framework, but it's something that we reference to when we are making laws to guide us into formulating laws that support women. So how do you intend to use this power in reference to the Beijing platform. Are we together? My question understood? Okay, so question one, number one, the lady in a pink and blue. This row, my former board member, you people, I work at FemNet. Number three, Woso, please calm down. We are going to have number three. Number four. Number four, nobody, number four, you'll take number four. So I'm going to start on, kindly keep it at 2 minutes max, okay? 2 minutes max.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis Yodam Marie. Je viens du Tchad. Vous venez de dire qu'il n'y a plus à se lamenter. On n'a plus à nous lamenter parce que Beijing, nous l'avons laissé derrière nous. La lutte après Beijing est une lutte acharnée où les femmes ont voulu se positionner sur tous les fronts. Au Tchad, vous connaissez bien l'histoire du Tchad, jalonnée d'insécurité et d'instabilité. Et c'est dans ces conditions que les femmes ont commencé par se battre. Du milieu rural, elles ont pu leur pouvoir. Les pesanteurs socioculturels pesaient sur le Tchad. L'analphabétisme est de mise. La non-scolarisation des filles, c'est dans ces conditions que les femmes ont milité. Le renforcement des capacités pour la défense de leurs droits et l'exercice de leurs devoirs. Elles ont créé elles-mêmes leur pouvoir économique dans toutes les chaînes de la production à la transformation, tout comme dans la commercialisation. En même temps, pendant que le milieu rural était en train de se chercher pour dire « nous sommes là, plus de pesanteurs socioculturels », elles le faisaient pour conquérir ce pouvoir par leur manière de faire, par leur manière d'agir. Ce n'est pas par la violence, comme vous venez de le dire, qu'on peut arracher le pouvoir, mais par la négociation. Parce qu'on disait tantôt, derrière un homme fort, il y a une femme forte. Donc les femmes tchadiennes avaient été fortes à ce niveau. C'est dans ça qu'elles ont excellé. Les questions de plaidoyer, celles qui sont en ville n'ont pas baissé le bras pour obtenir vraiment des textes juridiques qui nous disent, écoutez, donnez-nous les 3%. Mais pas les 3% seulement. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 34% des femmes qui sont dans les législatives. Donc nous sommes au-delà des 30%, nous sommes en train d'avancer vers la parité. Le cadre juridique est là. Nous avons, par rapport à la plateforme de Beijing, nous avons fait des plaidoyers, les lois portant protection des femmes et des filles. On est en train de les mettre en œuvre, mais le défi est grand. C'est le défi de l'applicabilité de ces textes statutaires, de ces textes juridiques et judiciaires protégeant les femmes. Nous sommes toutes des Africaines et les difficultés que nous avons sont presque similaires. Quand bien même que les spécificités quant aux violences faites aux femmes diffèrent d'une région à une autre. L'espace nous est favorable au Tchad. Nous n'allons pas baisser le bras, nous sommes en train de courir. Donc, dans les instances de décision, nous exigeons, par exemple, que s'il y a un président femme, que la vice soit dame. Et non seulement ça, nous voudrions que la femme soit au devant de la scène. C'est par là où nous allons obtenir tout ce que nous avons besoin pour notre bien-être. Et si la femme est bien encadrée, effectivement, c'est la famille, c'est la communauté qui bénéficie. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I hear and I know the legal frameworks in our countries are speaking to some of these issues, but they are put on the shelves. We are told that we deserve a third of our gender representation, and then it's put on paper and put on the shelf. I think This is where we need to move in to negotiate. We need to make sure that there's implementation of all these policies.
Okay, thank you, sister. I just want to give 2 minutes from my time to this journalist from Sudan, and she has issues.
السلام عليكم. ذكرى محدي محمد نور، صحفية إعلامية من السودان. نحن كنا في السودان قبل قريبا لسنتين نقاتل لانتزاع مكانتنا في المجتمع، وأن تكون في مساواة بين الصحفي والصحفية، ونعرف أن الصحفي الرجل له نصيب الأسد في الوظائف، بينما نحن نظل محررات طول العام. ولكن قريب للعامين تحول الوضع في السودان، وبسبب الحرب تماما تحولت أهدافنا، فبتنا بلا وطن وبلا قلم.
I'm told there's a problem with translation. Which language? English or French? Who has a problem with their translation? I can hear mine, but we have a problem with some gadgets. It's okay now? We're okay now? Can you proceed? Oh, we still have some problems? Arabic. So if she's speaking Arabic, you cannot hear. Sorry? You can hear. Do you have the gadgets? Oh, please pass the gadgets. The gadgets were being issued back there. Do you have more gadgets? Okay, they're going to pass around the gadgets. Okay. So I'm told some of your batteries are flat from your receivers. Just go back there so that they can rotate them for you. Okay, let's proceed.
بسبب الحرب في السودان انتقلت طموحنا وأهدافنا، فبتنا بلا وطن وبتنا بلا قلم. ومعظم الصحفيين في السودان الآن في مراكز الإيواء وفي دول اللجوء، ومعظم الصحفيين الآن هم ظلوا بلا عمل، وأنتم تدركون خطورة أن يظل الصحفي بلا قلم وبلا عمل، لأنه ممكن أن يبيع القلم، ممكن أن يبيع قلمه. فنحن في السودان كإعلاميين لم نجد تضامن أو دعم من كل الاتحادات، سواء اتحادات عالمية أو أفريقية أو عربية. باختصار نحن كسودانيين أو إعلاميين في السودان بنتمنى إنه نصدر موقف من هذا المؤتمر لدعم الصحفيين، وإنه كل الصحفيين في السودان الإعلاميين يعني يفردوا لهم مكانة خاصة حتى يستطيعوا أن يتنقلوا ويشاركوا. وأنا عشان أشارك في المؤتمر ده عانيت لأني أنا قاعدة في منطقة بتاعت لجوء، وعندي كان مشاكل في الإقامة. عشان أصل هنا أنا وصلت تأخرت يومين. بحب أضيف إنه بسبب الحرب اتوفى 24 صحفي ماتوا بسبب الحرب، والآن في مجموعة من الصحفيين في المعتقلات، والآن في مجموعة من الصحفيين بلا طعام وبلا مأوى الآن في مراكز الإيواء. بتمنى إنه يكون في تضامن أفريقي مع الصحفي السوداني. شكرا جزيلا.
I'll come back to you. Please allow me to come back to you.
Sorry, on 1 minute.
Okay, my name is Fatma Ahmed. I'm the president of Grassroots Women Organization. I'm board member of Femnet, previous board member. Hello. Yes, actually, this is very important topic, but I would like to remind all of us, Beijing plus 30 came, and unfortunately, in most of the African countries, and especially Sudan, we are going back almost century. Now the women being, the war is on the bodies of the women being raped, abducted, forced to marriage, forced to sex. It is unbelievable. And the woman even sold in different countries of West Africa. So what kind of Beijing we're talking about? The illiteracy rate is more than 75%, even before the war, and now for 2 years, no education for no kids or any youth. So my concern is we should have a strong voice. Even those resolutions from the UN, laws 1325, doesn't do nothing. I'm so sorry that we invested and we work as civil societies in Sudan 1325 for, and how much we invested to for the women to be protected if there is any conflict. Unfortunately, no any protection for women, and under the watch of the whole world, as my colleague said, every abuses, every happened to women of Sudan and to all people of Sudan. And I hope this, what she talked, now we have a statement, we are going to distribute it as women from Sudan. We want the endorsement for all of you as women participants, and to be distributed or to be also reached to the all African governments and regional and regional and global organization. We need to raise your voice with us to stop the war. The stop the war is number one. Why we come here? Because we want your backup, we want your solidarity, so you can help us in this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope AfWID Secretariat hears us, and we will be very happy to endorse that statement, to be in solidarity with the women of Sudan and with the women coming from all the war-torn countries across the region.
السلام عليكم من السودان. أعتقد أنه اليوم يوم السودان حقيقي يعني. أنا سعدية عيسى بشتغل expert for rights of person with disability in Sudan and all over Africa. وأنا عندي observation في AfWID في أنه ما في sign language للperson with disability, وده big event مفروض يكون للperson with disability. This is their rights, إنه يكون في sign language للناس الموجودين هنا. نحن عندنا أجندة وعندنا rights of person with disability. يتحول الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، ونحن لازم نضبط المصطلح في إنه اسمهم persons with disability، لأنها هي اللي هو positive discrimination. وعندنا أيضا يتحول الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة من مرحلة الحسنة إلى مرحلة الحقوق، وإن وجود النساء من ذوات الإعاقة الموجودات في هذا المؤتمر لسنا accommodation، ولكن جايين عندهم صوت عالي، وإنهم يكونوا جايين عندهم وضوح ورؤية. فأنا أيضا أتكلم عن الwomen empowerment، ليس فقط للنساء من ذوات الإعاقة ولكن لكل النساء السودانيات. وبيجن بلس هي مرحلة لتقييم ما تم والمؤشرات النجاح والفشل التي صاحبت هذه التجربة طيلة 30 عاما. ماذا حققت النساء الأفريقيات في هذا العمل في بيجين من المساواة بين الجنسين، من موقع اتخاذ القرار في أي دولة في أفريقيا من 55 دولة. عندنا داتا بيز تتحدث بأن المرأة من ذوات الإعاقة أو النساء الموجودات what is the percentage، إنه المرأة موجودة في موقع اتخاذ قرار. إلى أي مدى نجحت هؤلاء النساء أن يكون في موقع اتخاذ قرار؟ بيجين هي شاملة، وهي مرحلة الآن أن احنا بنعمل تقييم لهذه المرحلة، وليس فقط تجمهر أو وجود للنساء من جميع أنحاء أفريقيا عشان نتحدث عن إنه المرأة هي إيه، ولا إحنا جايين نعمل شنو في هذه المرحلة. وصول المرأة إلى موقع اتخاذ القرار. نحن في السودان لسنا لنا وجودا الآن بعد هذه الحرب اللعينة التي أصابت كل السودانيين بين نازحات ولاجئات وعالقات وموجودات في المناطق الحروب، وأيضا الموجودات في دور الإيواء، وليس لنا أي صوت سواء كان عاليا أو صوتا منخفضا، ولكن كل أصواتنا انخفضت ونامت، لأنه نحن نعاني الأمرين من القتل والتشريد والدمار وعدم التعليم، وأيضا لا نستطيع بعدم التمويل أنه نخرج هؤلاء النسوة من المناطق النزاعات والحروب، وليست لنا حماية. Sorry. Yeah. And then I'm just talking about all those conflicts in Sudan. والconflict اللي في السودان بيننا نحن كسودانيين، يعني ما كانت خارجية، يعني يا ريت لو كان جات دولة تانية استعمرتنا أو ضربتنا، لا، we are fighting each other. وده كان a very devastating war in the world. We are killing each other, killing women, children and everyone. وتحولنا now من نقص في الأمن الغذائي إلى فمين، ومات 2,500,000 طفل في السودان بالمجاعات، ولا نستطيع توصيل الدعم الإنساني أو العون الإنساني لهم. وكثير من الدول الأفريقية الآن والنساء الأفريقيات قد لا يعلمنا ما تم في النساء في السودان وما حدث لهن، ونريد أن يكون صوتا عاليا ونمنع كل الدول من تسليح، وهذا التسليح منعا تاما، وهذا التسليح هو السلاح الذي يقتل به النساء والأطفال اللي هم أكثر ضعفا. وشكرا جزيلا.
Oh, wow. Can we kindly just keep it 2 minutes? 2 minutes, so that everybody has got an opportunity to speak. I'm going to take the fourth and last questions for this round of questions, and then I'm going back to Celine from Central Africa so that she can inform us on emerging issues as she has continued to work with the community. Who had number 4?
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate AfWID and the WDB for putting this together. I'm Dr. Ifoma from Nigeria. I want to address the question that's being raised today, which has to do with how do we speak to power, that we should stop complaining and lamenting. And I want to say that women, we need to be more visible, because what is happening to us is that most of us are withdrawn. We must be relevant, and we must be purposeful with whatever we are doing. Once you are relevant and you are visible, believe you me, that's going to draw you to the table. Nobody will invite you. You are the one to invite yourself to the table. And to achieve that, that visibility is very, very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, my sister. And thank you to our dear sister who has volunteered to give sign language interpretation. Kindly let's give her a warm hand clap. So like I said, my next question is going to Celine, and she has been working with the community for over 23 years. Within the Beijing framework, what are some of the emerging issues you have found yourself dealing with as you continue to work with the community?
Ok, bonjour à tout le monde. Attention. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je me suis déjà, la modératrice m'a déjà présenté. Je suis de l'Afrique centrale. Je suis coordonnatrice de l'ONG Mafubo, qui est la branche de Mafubo internationale. Ce mot Mafubo-là, que j'étais passionnée, veut dire la femme, une femme qui a compassion d'une autre femme quand celle-ci se trouve dans une situation difficile et il faut que tu vas la retirer dans sa pauvreté pour la mettre à l'aise. Et c'est ça qui m'a passionnée, d'être féministe pour accompagner les femmes ainsi que toutes les sœurs qui sont dans les problèmes. Mafoubo, tu dois laisser ton problème pour gérer celle-ci. Et je pense, pour répondre à la question que la modératrice m'a donnée, ça va de pair dans ce que je devais faire. Donc, je peux continuer. Concernant ce que je devais dire, je pense, je peux continuer directement ou répondre d'abord à la question. Je continue directement. OK. Bon. Ce que je dois développer avec la femme africaine aujourd'hui, c'est le problème de la femme. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait? Les avancées de Beijing, ce qui est déjà bon, ce qui n'est pas encore fait, les manquements, c'est tout cela qu'on doit développer ensemble avec vous ici. Après Beijing 30 là. Je sais que dans l'ensemble des choses, des décisions de Beijing, nous avons déjà vu la déclaration, on a constaté avec vous, je pense, les avancées qui sont déjà faites au milieu par rapport aux batailles que mènent les féministes, certes pour répondre aux besoins spécifiques des femmes. D'après les recherches et analyses de réduire à grande échelle la discrimination à l'égard des femmes, grâce à des actions multisectorielles coordonnées par des institutions nationales et internationales, la société civile, le gouvernement et la communauté ont mené des efforts intensifs à travers des plaidoyers et des campagnes médiatiques. Là, je pense que nous sommes quand même tous d'accord avec cette avancée-là. Et des progrès ont été faits dans plusieurs pays de la sous-région qui ont abouti à l'adoption des conventions, des lois et des textes en faveur de la femme et de la jeune fille. À l'exemple de notre pays, la République centrafricaine, nous avons des lois protégeant les femmes telles que la loi de la parité qui a accordé 35% aux femmes dans les institutions de la place. L'éducation, dans l'éducation aussi, la loi scolaire assure aux filles et aux garçons les mêmes chances et les mêmes opportunités pour que la fille et les garçons soient sur les mêmes balances. Il faut aussi noter que les féministes sont toujours à pied d'œuvre avec les appuis multiformes de nos partenaires et au vu des rapports. Elles mènent des actions actuelles en faveur des droits des femmes. Les défis à relever pour que ceux-ci deviennent une réalité dans la sous-région d'Afrique sont quand même en progression. Je pense que nous avons vu quand même les progrès que les partenaires et nous, les féministes, on mène pour avancer. Ça, je pense, nous ici, on a vu quand même ça. Tout en se focalisant sur les 12 axes-là, sur les 12 axes d'intervention du programme d'action de Beijing, c'est-à-dire les domaines critiques là. Et ce qui est de mal entre nous femmes, le mal qui nous gangrène, c'est quoi? Malgré l'existence des preuves croissantes du rôle essentiel que jouent les mouvements féministes pour les changements transformateurs de la promotion de l'égalité de sexe et de l'autonomisation des femmes, le mal est que la femme, nous les femmes là, on se minimise nous-mêmes sous l'effet des pesanteurs sociaux. Parce qu'une femme sait que, non, surtout les traditions, je ne peux pas faire ça, je ne peux pas aller là-bas. Et c'est ça notre mal qu'on doit briser. Comme on a dit dans le forum là, pour briser nos barrières à nous-mêmes et se connecter aux autres là. Donc, c'est ça nos mâles. Et sur le plan politique, un autre aspect est que la voix de la femme n'est parfois pas écoutée par des responsables féminines. Là, je pense, dans nos sous-régions, on constate ça, que la femme peut dire quelque chose, mais la responsable qui est femme, parfois, elle ne peut pas faire passer la décision de sa sœur qui est à ses côtés. Les organisations féminines restent sous-financées et travaillent dans des environnements de plus en plus complexes, surtout dans les milieux ruraux, qui restent jusque-là inaccessibles. Les femmes rurales ne peuvent même pas prendre des décisions sous l'effet de la tradition. Ça, je pense que dans nos pays respectifs, ça joue encore. Et sur le plan politique, à l'exemple de notre pays, la République centrafricaine, bien que 35% de places est réservée aux femmes, force est de constater que le nombre n'est pas atteint. Les postes attribués à ces femmes ne sont pas des postes stratégiques, ce qui limite les pouvoirs des femmes. Donc, ça, il faut que nous, les femmes, nous reconnaissons nos faiblesses et qu'on se lève pour quand même oser à faire quelque chose. Parce que la peur, si on reste comme ça, dit non, là-bas, on ne peut pas parce que on n'a pas de niveau, on ne peut pas faire ça. Donc là, ça nous diminue et ça nous bloque. Donc c'est ça nos mâles. Et sur le plan politique, je pense que c'est déjà dit, les femmes ne se soutiennent pas entre eux. À l'exemple des élections, si une femme est candidate, parfois les autres là ne peuvent pas la voter. Donc tout ce dont je viens d'énumérer, ce sont des maux, ce sont des mal qui gangrènent la femme. Donc il faut qu'on enlève ça et puis il faut qu'on ait un courage d'aller de l'avant. Et si nous voulons vraiment des progrès plus rapides, arrêtons donc ce qu'on doit arrêter. On doit arrêter la discrimination parmi les mouvements féministes. Ça existe jusqu'aujourd'hui entre nous. Donc, on doit arrêter ça, on doit briser cette barrière-là. La manque de collaboration, de ne pas être à l'écoute des autres. Nous, les femmes, en tout cas, ça existe entre nous. Donc, il faut briser cela. Et la mauvaise gouvernance dans nos actions vis-à-vis de nos partenaires. Il faut qu'on soit un bon gouvernant. Si sans ça, vraiment, on ne peut pas y aller. Et pour nos avancées, il faut mettre en application la digitalisation dans nos espaces, surtout pour atteindre nos zones rurales. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est la digitalisation. Sans digitalisation, je pense que nous, les autres, peut-être, on ne peut pas arriver. Il y en a qui ne peuvent pas arriver parce qu'il y a des gens au coin fin fond des pays. Mais comme il n'y a pas le numérique là-bas, les informations ne peuvent pas aller jusqu'à les atteindre là-bas. Donc, il faut étendre ce champ-là jusqu'au fin fond. Donc, ça sera vraiment un succès pour la réussite de la bataille des femmes africaines. Et il faut d'abord rassembler nos efforts pour l'éducation des filles et l'alphabétisation des femmes. Parce que s'il y a digitalisation, il faut quand même que la femme sait quand même manipuler ce qui est digital. Et enfin, je pense que la défense des droits des femmes, c'est la responsabilité de tout et chacun de nous. Elle requiert la plus grande vigilance de la part des acteurs féministes afin de prévenir et trouver des réponses adéquates aux attentes des femmes pour qu'on trouve un avenir meilleur. Je pense que c'est ce que j'ai à vous partager et puis voilà.
Thank you very much, Celine, and thank you for your contribution. I think what I have picked up the most, there are some things we really need to stop doing. if you're a woman and you're being put in a position of power, for example, political power, just because we say women can do things better, don't become a better thief than our male counterparts. Don't be part of the oppressors. When you get into power, when you have got that position, you have got the responsibility to represent women. I know we get bashed for the mistakes that we make, but you have to be accountable to yourself and be accountable to the movement. So I'm going to take a very quick fire round of responses on what we need to stop doing. Okay? What we need to? Keep it at one sentence. One? Are we together? Can we do that? If you give me one sentence, then more people can speak. Okay? Please don't stick with the mic. I beg you. If you say your sentence, just pass it or give it back to me. I'll give it back to the next person. I'm going to try and get as many people as I can because it's one sentence. So I'm going to take 3 persons per row. So lady in blue, lady in red, lady in yellow. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I will come. Stick to your numbers. Remember your numbers. 1, 2, 3. I said 1, 2, and 3. And then I want to donate your numbers. Can I donate your numbers? There's only 1. And then we have 2 at the back. I'll donate 3 to the lady in green. One sentence, please.
Alors, thank you. Merci d'abord. Je salue la salle et je remercie nos panélistes vraiment de brillantes présentations. Et je jette aussi de fleurs à AfWID qui nous a réunis vraiment de débattre de problèmes liés aux questions de la femme. Je pense que il y a l'histoire de l'humanité qui montre même que le rapport entre les hommes et la femme, ce sont des rapports de domination. Voire même les activités ont été séparées et distinguées. Ce qui touche même à la vie politique et publique est réservé aux hommes. Et pour la femme, c'est l'allaitement, s'occuper des enfants et se marier. Et ça fait que l'esprit de domination reste dans l'idée de la femme. Et beaucoup plus, la femme ne veut même pas de s'élever à combattre. On ne peut pas rester vraiment toujours comme ça. Il faut, nous les femmes, nous sachons que le pouvoir, ce n'est pas un gâteau qu'on nous offre sur un plateau d'or. Mais ça s'arrache. Il faut que nous nous levons, tenons la main, la solidarité pour arracher ça. Je prends l'exemple de notre pays, la République centrafricaine. Quand tu vois, au niveau de le parlementaire, il y a 140 députés, il y a seulement 18 femmes. Imaginez-vous, on nous a donné 35%, mais on n'atteint même pas ces 35%. Même pour signer la convention de la tête de la parité. Moi, je file la partie, mais ce n'était pas facile. J'ai eu même de pots cassés. J'ai soutenu, mais pour avoir même un rapport de mon soutenu, là, ça l'a impacté même jusqu'au niveau de l'université. Et voir même au niveau de primaire, quand tu vois, il y a assez de femmes. Au niveau secondaire, on compte les femmes sur le doigt. Le problème d'abord, c'est quoi? C'est nous les femmes. Merci.
One sentence, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for giving me this opportunity. I think as we gather here, the Beijing plus 30 is a very important aspect for us all. We have looked at our achievements. 30 years since Beijing, what can we say for our countries? I think although I don't speak here with statistics, I think it is the reality of most of our countries that we are going one step ahead and two steps backwards. You look at the issue of representation in parliament, sometimes you get a higher percentage of women, and the next elections you get less. So I think it is not a question of replacing a man with a woman. It's replacing a man with a good woman who has got, her sisters in place. And we must also look at the structures. We need to transform the structures. Because even when you are a woman, you go into a system and you start working within those structures which have been put there by men, you are not going to achieve anything for the women. So I think our discussion here should be about how do we change the structures? What strategies can we put in place for us to achieve the Beijing platform of action? Thank you very much.
So this is how it's going to go, because you're not following my example. Yeah? An example is we need to stop working in silos. I want you to give me that answer. Okay? Just respond to that question. The panelists, I thank you on behalf of everyone. I thank us for being here. So the only response I want is that sentence. Can we work with that? Can we work with that? We need more voices to be heard within a short time. Okay? Francophones, are we okay? So please just give me that one sentence. Thanks.
Merci, je me présente à femme âgée de la République centrafricaine. Je vous présente mes excuses, madame, si je suis en retard de poser cette question. Vous avez parlé des femmes leaders. Vous avez mis des femmes en l'honneur. Mais ce que j'ai constaté, en République centrafricaine, il y avait une femme qui a dirigé le pays, qui a été président de la transition, et vous n'avez pas cité ce nom, c'est à l'honneur de Madame Samapanza, présidente de la transition de la République centrafricaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Who was holding number one? One sentence, please. What do we need to stop doing?
Mpumalanga Zwane from Eswatini. As women, I believe that we need to understand that we were not raised in a different earth, and so we were all raised within the patriarchy. And because of that, as we are doing our skills building activities, as we are trying to empower women, we need to start including more initiatives that speak to women confidence building, gender mainstreaming, and stop believing that just because a woman is empowered that she will have women in mind.
Amen. Thank you. Keep up the spirit.
Okay, my name is Toniette Tallery Wiles. I'm from Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's country, the first female president in Liberia. So I would take hours to explain what we did, but we have one sentence. We did it in Liberia, and we should stop using qualifications of women as a barrier to power. Women, you are qualified because you are a woman, so you must take power.
Hello, ladies. I'm Lydia from Ghana. Greetings from our Vice President, Professor Jaina Opoku Ajima. Women, let's stop biting. Let's support each other. By so doing, we can move forward. We have done that in Ghana. That is why we have voted for a president that has brought a woman as vice president. Thank you.
Thank thank you. We donated one number from that row to the lady in green. Oh, she's there. Excuse me.
Hello, I am Masiri Brima from Sierra Leone. To stop working as women in isolation, one of the key things we need to avoid is pulling down syndromes and elitism. Because most times when women are up there, they are educated, they look at vulnerable women or rural women to be insignificant. And noting that if you are there and you are empowered, you have the responsibility to empower the rural women as well. So if we stop elitism and pulling down syndrome, I think we'll achieve Beijing plus 2030.
Thank you very much. She said we need to stop elitism and pulling down syndrome. Who was holding number 1, 2, and 3 from this row? We are about to go to CSW issues. So let's wrap this up. Chap, chap. We need to stop.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. نشكر جنوب افريقيا ومنظمي هذا الايفنت المهم. انا من السودان، اسمي محاسن عبد الله. ارى ان يقوم هذا المؤتمر بمناصرة المرأة السودانية في هذه الحرب اللعينة التي اكثر ضحاياها من المرأة والرجل. ضروري جدا جدا يخرج هذا المؤتمر بما يعضد ويساند المرأة السودانية. نرجو ذلك وشكرا.
If you leave this place and you say you did not hear Sudanese women, thunder fire you.
Hello, my name is Chimievi Koripama Agari. I'm from Nigeria, and I was in Beijing in 1995. Well, first, thank you, AfWID. I think listening to the contributions, we must also recognize there are peculiarities and particularities of countries. But I think that for me, what is most critical is that we must begin to engage in some form of negotiations and dialogue with men. I think most of us see men as adversaries. And I think that mindset is not going to help us. We must engage and dialogue, even for peace. My Sudanese sisters, I know the role that women played in resolution of the crisis in the Manu River Basin. But the women came together, engaged, and went to the table of negotiation and contributed to the peace in that region. So women in various regions must come together and engage and dialogue and put forward resolutions. These people are our husbands, our fathers, our brothers, our uncles. Why can't we engage them? I think we should begin to have this mindset that they are not adversaries and that we should be able to reach them and get them to sit down and say, listen, stop. It is the politicians. And politics is what is destroying even women, because we begin to take sides with various political parties and stop helping, supporting one another. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We need to stop.
Thank you so much, the AfWID, for bringing us, the women, together. My name is Petra Babirye Isabiri from Uganda. And I want to commend this Converge that for the very first time, you have considered to hear voices from women in Uganda. We are all making reference to the Beijing platform.
and what is the reality, what is the feel in Uganda. In Uganda, women marginalizing fellow women is still an issue. So us being here and making reference to Beijing platform at 30 plus 40, 30 is critical, that women that have gone into spaces of leadership and power, remember that women across Africa are not homogeneous. Women are faced with various different challenges that need to be put together, and the women that have taken over these spaces pull the grassroots woman, the marginalized woman, to understand them so that we bring their issues to this agenda, and together we win. Bravo, the AfWID.
Now I'm going to hold a mic for you people. We need to stop.
Thank you so much. And my name is Aboma from Ghana. And all what we have said today, if we as women do not love one another, if we don't show love, trust among ourselves, what we have said today, we will not accomplish it. So my advice is, women, let us love one another to portray whatever we want to achieve in this continent. Thank you. And please, our sisters from Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, we have not acknowledged them. We must do, because they are in a struggle right now as we are speaking. West Africa is in crisis, and people of AfWID must know that we have to stand tall for our people from Burkina Faso. Please, let us see the sisters in here, Burkina, Mali, Niger. We love you and we are with you. Thank you.
One sentence. One sentence.
I should say that on top. Hello, Dr. Ifeoma from Nigeria. What I want to submit is that women should stop apologizing, because too much apology will make a woman less confident and less assertive. Thank you.
Last one sentence.
Oui, Fatmata Bansé du Burkina Faso. Moi, je pense que les femmes doivent commencer à la maison, à ne pas éduquer nos filles et nos garçons séparément, en mettant les garçons dans de meilleures conditions et les filles dans des tâches ménagères. Il faut montrer dès la base que le garçon et la fille ont les mêmes chances dans la vie. C'est ça que ça commence. C'est nous, les femmes, qui conditionnons nos garçons à dominer leurs femmes de demain. Merci.
Thank you very much. So, yes? I'm coming back. Next round of questions, please. I am trying the best that I can. Just a reminder, we have an empty chair on our left. This chair represents women, young girls from all the war-torn regions. This chair is left here empty to represent those who are not able to be here with us, those who are struggling, and those whose voices we represent in this meeting. So, CSW. For 69 years, we have an annual migration, seasonal migration. You know how you people come to Kenya to see wild beasts in July? Who has not come to Kenya to see the wild beast? There's a great migration that happens around July, where wild beasts cross from Masai Mara to Serengeti to have babies and vice versa. You have to see it in your lifetime. But now, we have been reduced to a New York annual migration. CSW 69 is coming up. If you don't have your visa, I am sure you have your visa appointment, or you know someone who's waiting for their visa appointment, or such a situation. We are all going to New York to discuss women's issues. There has been a push to revitalize CSW. And in this push, we want to hear your contributions and your voices. And to start us off, we're going to hear from our panelist, who is going to give us a few recommendations in regard to the same. Welcome, Dalipo.
Hello. Thank you. So I just wanted to sort of build on what our mother was saying about space. Space is power. If we take yesterday as an example, with the market space, it was like a microcosm of what women are doing with their families and with the nation at large. Women are providing for their families. And we saw that yesterday when all the women were here with their products, with their things, and they were selling things, and it's space that allowed them to do that. When women have access to space, they can create, they can organize, they can educate, they can lead, and they can create a future. So for me, space is a huge thing. Space is where worlds are built. Space is, space has the ability to shape and define the way we think. Space is where new values are developed and exchanged, where diversified networks can be formed. And I want to expand on that in terms of diversified networks. I have a space, it's called H Factor Homes. And what I do in that space is I activate community leaders. I give them the space to build communities. And the thing about communities is that you need a consistent space for them to come together, to build trust, so that they can exchange economic and social opportunities. So space is very, very important. But the thing about space is that it's still an elitist commodity. Not everybody has access to space. So the questions that I really want us to ask is, what models can we recreate? What models can we create so that women have access to space? And I want to kind of use my own lived experience as an example. In 2020, I converted my living space into a creative hub. And I decided that, the space was no longer habitable for me anymore. So I decided, okay, what can I do with this space? So I started leasing that space to women. But it wasn't a women-only space. It was women-focused, because I needed money from men too. I needed money from men too. So, and in fact, the money that I get from men helps me subsidize the rates for women, helps me to give that space to women for free. And what I realized is that 80% of my clientele were actually women. And women were looking for space, women were leasing space because they couldn't afford space. And they were using that space to counsel, to heal, to teach, to build communities, to trade, to generate regular income, to shoot films, to shoot documentaries, to have conversations. If you think about how creative women are, that is what they were doing in space. So it made me think about the fact that we need to define what happens in space. We need to have more power over the spaces that we have. This is a space, and this conversation is happening in this space. So in 2020, I started leasing more spaces, because I couldn't afford to buy land or build. So I went to parts of Nigeria where the rent is cheap, and I started leasing spaces there. I had 3 spaces, and I was giving space to women to do all sorts of things. And what happened is that the space became the place where women came together to be the infrastructure of change. And I think that's what space is. And I think that we can't overlook space. I think we kind of take it for granted because we're in this space and we're only seeing ourselves. But we have to start thinking about how we can manage space more. So the questions I want to ask and the recommendations I want to make to everybody, especially within your own specific regions, is what are you doing with your spaces that you have? And what are we doing with our public spaces as well? Can we afford to lease more spaces? What are we doing with our vacant spaces? Some of you have houses or rooms or gardens or that things can happen in? What are you doing with those spaces? How can we better utilize our public spaces? And I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, in Lagos Island, we negotiated with the local government to use a road to basically teach girls to ride bicycles. And we call that temporary use. So we don't actually own the land, we're not leasing the land, but we're using that space temporarily to empower girls. And we taught girls to ride bicycles, and that helped with their mobilization through the city. So, like I said, I think that one of the recommendations is space. If you have space, what are you doing with that space? How can we collectively own space so that things can happen in space, worlds can be built in those spaces? I think another recommendation is mentorship. I think mentorship is so important. From my experience with working with the girls that I taught to ride bicycles, I realized how impactful it was for them to have someone who can activate the power within them. Because everybody has power, but it's difficult to activate that power. And that power, the activation of that power comes with education, and it comes with mentorship. Because sometimes even the power that we have, we don't know how to use it, we don't know how to wield it. So we need, our mentors. We need mentors to help us learn how to use that power, how to mobilize that power. And I think also for young people too, we also have to understand that there is a period of service. We are not entitled to the power that our elders have worked so hard to attain. We must show our commitment for that power and to show that we are responsible. And in order to show that we are responsible, we have to serve. So I think mentorship, every single woman here can mentor. Every single woman here can share the things that they know. Every single woman here can help another woman, another child. There's a lot of people who pay children's school fees. You can see the impact that has on a young girl. So I think if every single woman here, took it upon themselves to mentor a child, then that would have a huge ripple effect on women in general.
Thank you very much. She's talked of spaces, she's talked about mentorship. I just want to make that connection to CSW. Who does not have an understanding of what CSW is? Do we all, by a show of hand, do we know what happens at CSW? Have we heard of CSW? We know about CSW? Yes. Who are we taking to CSW? Who are we taking to CSW? I also don't have a visa. We're not going. But largely, we have done this for 69 years. And now we are having the conversation of revitalizing CSW. If you're mentoring a young woman at CSW, kudos to you. Because largely, first visits to New York for young people are very, very confusing. And most of the time, they go home not having understood what has gone on at CSW. So as we have this conversation, even going towards HLPF later in the year, what are some of the recommendations that you would like to make and would like to see that look like? The revitalization of how we do the CSW every year and the migration to New York. Do you want to continue meeting in New York? What do you want to do with the outcomes that come out of New York? I am going to take another round of questions, of recommendations. And you're making this examination a little difficult than it needs to be, yeah? So please give recommendations for the revitalization of CSW. Are we together? Are we together? What are we giving recommendations for? Thank you. They're saying no more New York. Okay, so one recommendation per person. Okay? I feel like I'm about to run. So this side, who's talking? Quick shifts.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Ida Flore Marundou du Gabon et je suis président d'une ONG qu'on appelle Aurore qui milite pour les droits des femmes. En fait, depuis tout à l'heure, je demande la parole, mais bon, je ne sais pas si vous me permettez parce que j'aimerais bien partager mon expérience. En fait, au niveau du Gabon, nous avons voté des lois pour éliminer la violence et les discriminations à l'égard des femmes. Et après, il y a eu des difficultés pour la mise en pratique de ces lois-là. Nous avons présenté des plaidoyers et nous avons même remporté le premier procès pour la lutte contre l'élimination des violences à l'égard des femmes. Nous avons également présenté un plaidoyer pour que les femmes victimes de violences puissent bénéficier des soins médicaux gratuitement, qu'elles puissent avoir accès aux certificats médicaux. Et un arrêté est sorti maintenant, c'est possible au niveau du Gabon. La panéliste vient de parler d'espaces, que nous devons créer des espaces. Nous avons créé, par exemple, pour l'autonomisation des femmes, nous avons créé un centre, nous avons mis en place un centre d'accueil pour les femmes victimes de violences et nous offrons des formations aux femmes pour leur autonomisation financière. Nous mettons en place des formations pour les créations des activités génératrices de revenus. Nous avons également ouvert un centre d'alphabétisation pour l'alphabétisation des jeunes filles et des femmes. Et c'est important que nous puissions accompagner les femmes dans l'autonomisation financière et dans l'alphabétisation, car c'est ainsi que nous prendrons le pouvoir. La maman qui est intervenue tout à l'heure, j'ai aimé son intervention, parce que je voulais venir ici et repartir vraiment revigorée, repartir pleine de confiance. Et elle nous a motivés. Elle a dit, nous devons cesser de nous lamenter. Et exactement, c'est ça. Le pouvoir, on ne nous le donnera pas. Nous devons cesser de nous lamenter et nous mettre en action. Brisons les barrières, défonçons les portes. Même si on nous dit que nous n'avons pas accès, on ne va jamais nous donner librement accès. Mais défonçons parce que c'est en étant sur le terrain, c'est en étant en action que nous allons faire évoluer les droits des femmes. Merci.
So let me tell you what is happening, yeah? When you don't respond to the question, the person who is taking the notes gets confused. Because we are here to gather your opinion, we are here to gather your voices. So when I ask you a question and I say respond to that, the shorter, the more clearer it is, the easier it is to articulate our issues, right? Make your voice count. Make your voice heard, right? So let's go back to New York and let's give recommendations towards the revitalization of CSW. Thank you. I'll hold the mic.
Non, je ne vais pas durer. Merci beaucoup. Et par rapport à New York, je pense que c'est un village planétaire qui s'est créé là-bas, à New York. Ce n'est pas toutes les femmes qui vont à New York, mais il y a des recommandations avec le brassage, tout ça. Nous souhaiterions que AfWID fasse notre union, de notre assemblée, une union aussi, genre New York, où les recommandations de là-bas soient partagées en notre sein ici en Afrique, afin que de l'Afrique, ça touche aussi la base. Mais dire qu'on ne va pas aller en New York, pour moi, ce n'est pas bon. On va, mais on fait aussi notre New quoi, ici en Afrique. C'est ça. Donc, AfWID doit prendre ça en compte. Merci.
Thank you. Just for the record, Femnet has been hosting an African Disrupt every year before we go to New York to gather African voices. And we are going to continue to do the same. Like I told you earlier, for this, we are going to have Africa Disrupt in Botswana the last week of Feb. For that, we can gather this kind of opinion. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Androgynous Alpha. For me, my recommendation is give money to the women directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Marina Terry from Sierra Leone. My recommendation will be, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the young women in this room. My recommendation is that they ensure to give opportunities to young women and marginalized communities as well.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My recommendation is to see the CSW being domesticated and fully implemented. Because we go to CSW, we come back to our countries, but we are not reflecting on what we've learned or what we've been say or what we say as CSW or recommendations. So we'd like to see full implementation of the CSWs in our country, irrespective of challenges, vulnerable groups. It should cut across when it comes to implementation and not be discriminatory.
Bonjour et merci à Madame la modérateur de me donner la parole. Je suis Assita du Burkina Faso. Je suis dans le domaine du marketing et je fais des conférences. Ma priorité pour le CW, c'est-à-dire la revitalisation de la femme, c'est surtout la formation. Et dans le domaine de la formation, lorsque on est sur le terrain, nous priorisons les femmes et nous leur donnons une formation de base pour qu'elles puissent s'exprimer et dans ça, qu'elles puissent gagner leur vie. Donc pour moi, le CW, c'est surtout la formation en Afrique. Voilà, ça permettra d'autonomiser la femme et comme ça, elle pourra avoir sa voix et elle pourra être entendue au niveau de chacun de nos gouvernements. Donc, merci beaucoup. On est ensemble.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's train our women before we send them out to CSW.
Sorry, my name is Nima. I'm from Somalia. CSW should be domesticated in Africa because there are the issues affecting us. So the implementation, even at the New York level, should be implemented and directly given to us the funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to give the mic. You people are sticking with it.
Obrigada por, vou falar em português, obrigada por nos dar a palavra para poder falar. Jair Salima, de São Tomé e Príncipe, dizer que são 2 ilhas e por ser ilhas, eu estou a ver que a maior parte da intervenção são dos países do continente e nós como ilhas também, às vezes temos algumas desvantagens. Nesse sentido, gostaria também de dar a nossa contribuição dizendo que para nós é muito relevante continuar com as conquistas que nós já conseguimos enquanto mulheres. Em São Tomé e Príncipe já conseguimos alcançar muitas conquistas, inclusive neste atual momento nós contamos com uma presidente da Assembleia que foi eleita entre os seus pares, não é, para ocupar o cargo de presidente da Assembleia Nacional e também no nosso governo nós temos uma paridade de 4 mulheres ocupando dos 10 cargos no governo. Então, eu gostaria de dizer que para que nós continuemos com essas conquistas, seria sim bom que a conferência SW seria realizada no continente africano para que nós possamos continuar, não é, a conquistar essas conquistas que nós já alcançamos.
I know Sao Tome for sure has got some of the most expensive air tickets. Convention for the status of women. Yeah. Sorry? Just so we are clear, CSW is a convention for the status of, it's a convention, sorry, commission. Commission for the status of women. It happens every year in New York. This year is going to be the 69th one, okay? So Femnet does the Africa version of CSW. We call it the Africa Disrupt CSW. We gather opinions from African women who are largely not able to travel to New York, and we represent their voices in that way. Are we together? Are we together? You people will give me glucose.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Elobechi and I'm from Malawi. So my recommendation is that, as you have seen, CSW, actually I've been in the CSW 65, so CSW is not very well popularized. There should be a deliberate effort for communication and visibility to bring awareness to the women on what CSW is all about. Beijing is very well known, at least. So CSW is like closed. We need to know exactly what they do, their work, their priorities, and how they impact the women in the various countries. Over and above that, we need to follow up on the strategies, like it has been said, domesticating, somehow in the national countries, okay, how the strategies are going to be implemented. So there should be a deliberate effort again to monitor the deliberations and the decisions that are coming out from CSW. Thank you.
Well, CSW has two sessions. There's the government session and there is the NGO session. And most times, every country participates in both sessions. And they're usually in the same building. NGOs don't speak within the CSW of government, but they can observe what goes on. I think the problem is that when governments go back, they need to hold meetings to share the decisions of the CSW at the national, and we all have regional bodies. There's ECOWAS, there's SEDEC, so, this can happen. I don't think there's anything wrong with CSW. It's our governments that participate that should now organize and provide us with information and decisions and implement them.
Thank you very much. Calling our governments to order when they come back home.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Shukriya Dini from Somalia. I think the time has come for the CSW annual meeting to be held in a different continent. Africa is ready to host. I mean, New York cannot be the only place designated to hold this important meeting. And I think we need to do advocacy to ensure that such annual meeting can be held in Africa, Middle East, Latin America, and Asia as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Betty from Liberia. My recommendation to the CSW is to empower rural women in agriculture because we cannot achieve this agenda when we are in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Je suis Fatmata Bansé du Burkina Faso et je pense que ma recommandation c'est au niveau de AfWID, s'il y a la possibilité de parrainer souvent les délégations au niveau des pays, de la même manière dont on a été appuyé pour avoir les visas de l'Afrique du Sud. Parce que l'année passée, au Burkina, nous avons une femme qui devait aller, malgré l'accréditation du gouvernement burkinabé, elle n'a pas eu le visa pour aller participer à la rencontre. Donc, si on peut avoir un parrainage aussi de AfWID qui va appuyer, parce que nous ne partons pas pour rester, nous sommes très à l'aise en Afrique, et donc on va pour une rencontre pour revenir. Merci.
شكرا. أنا أطلب إن شاء الله من هذا يعني اللقاء، أتمنى أنه المرأة في إفريقيا يمكنها مساعدة مرأة في دولة أخرى. يعني إحنا من الجزائر يمكننا أن ننتقل إلى أي دولة في إفريقيا لتقديم المساعدة للفتيات للنساء. يعني يتحل المجال للمرأة أنها تقدم المساعدة لأختها المرأة في أي منطقة كانت وفي أي شبر كان من إفريقيا.
This is what I'm going to do. After this meeting, I'm going to give you my email, and then you can email me your recommendations. Because we are honestly running out of time, we have 5 minutes to finish this session, and we have got one panelist to go. So, young people, she's going to be speaking about young people and meaningful engagement of young people. So, she's going to speak, and then we are going to give responses and recommendations on how young people going forward want to be involved in either making of programs, designing of programs, and interventions of issues that affect them. Welcome, Rita.
So, being a young person in the house, and from what I want to say now, I decided to stand up. I am coming from a rural setup in Zimbabwe. I am standing here as a woman of the South, Speak Out fellow. Just for 10 seconds, I'm going to ask other fellows to stand up as I explain. So, Women of the South Speak Out Fellow is a program that offers scholarship to young women from the Global South. So, when we get a scholarship, what happens there is we present our advocacy plans, like the ideas that we have to push forward gender equality from our various communities where we are coming from. And when we do that, we receive guidance to implement our plans. We receive support to implement our plans. And we also allowed to have access to many platforms, to many spaces, which include being here at AfWID. And now, for me and the other fellows here, is what we call meaningful participation of the young women. Thank you, fellows. You can sit. That was my first point of what we wish to see in all those other young women that are in our various African countries. That's what we've been dying to see, and that's what we still die to see, because yes, we are trying, but we are not yet there. Another issue that we have that is close to that is we understand that we have got our living legends here. They have navigated through the road of fighting for gender equality. We need that meaningful generational mentorship. Yes, we speak about it in houses like this one, in conferences, but when you go back home, down there, we really wish to see it happening practically. Because at times, we only get to know about it and to learn about it when we're in conferences. But we are looking for that as young women back home. Like, we want to see it happening. Maybe we will learn how to navigate and to take those spaces, because we are willing to do so, but we don't have the experience, we don't have the skills, and we don't have the knowledge. So for us, that will be another meaningful participation in engagement, whereby you take our hands, you pass on the baton, and you tell us how to navigate the road. But as you also give us that opportunity to mentorship, we want to be guided, not really to be controlled. Allow us also to be innovative. Allow us to explore the space with you guiding us. We have seen a lot of exploitation among young women. It's sad to note that even when women are participating in those opportunities that they are given, there's a lot of exploitation. I remember at some point I was having a conversation with a woman who was a political leader, although at a low level. And she confided in me to say, you know what, for all women to rise to power in a specific country, I'll not give the name, we are supposed to maybe sleep with men that are in power so that we are accorded the opportunity to rise up the ladder. So we are saying, can we just join hands as fellow women and make sure women get opportunities, not because it's coming at a cost, paying in cash or in kind, but we just want that opportunity because we are able and we are capable, not because you want us to pay. The policies that we have in African countries should support access to equal opportunities for both boys and girls. I'll take a leaf from a policy that we have in Zimbabwe, which is the New Education Amendment Act. Before that act, so in Zimbabwean education system, any girl who would fall pregnant would be required to be expelled from school. But when that policy came, girls are now supposed to remain in school even after falling pregnant, even after experiencing maybe sexual violence or anything that could potentially get them chased away from school. But now that act is there, it's very good and we're celebrating it. We now need a model that will make sure that is really being implemented, not just being there on paper. We want deliberate financing of youth-centered program, like WOSO, of course, that give young women and everyone young access to education and exposure that help them to navigate and also achieve even those Beijing platform aspirations. We want systems that empower youth economically. As young people, as young women, we also want to own property. We also want to be empowered economically. If you look at statistics, the richest person in the world is a man. The richest person in Africa is a man. Even the richest person in my own country where I'm coming from is a man. We also want systems that are created that will enable us as young women to be economically empowered so that we can also navigate through those spaces because we'll be having the resources. Lastly, I would strongly say, can we acknowledge the true identity of women, regardless of their marital status, regardless of their sexuality? I am still a woman and I'm still capable, despite the fact that I am not married, despite the fact that I cannot give birth to children, despite the fact that I choose to be different or I choose not to be married, I'm still a woman. So please, let's respect the identity of women. Let's assist each other and support each other as women. There's been a lot of things that were said that we should not do as women, especially to pull each other down, to pull young women down. We are all women, and we have got an identity that makes us capable and able enough to take out or to lead in any space. So please, let's help each other to respect that identity, and let's teach patriarchy that women are women and they are able. Thank you.
I'm sure everybody wants to be a WOSO fellow at this point. Do you remember my question? Meaningful engagement of young people. Rita has given us a brief of what she thinks and how she thinks young people should be engaged, right? And I would like to hear from the floor, especially from young people, how they would like to be engaged going forward, and keep in mind the framework of the Beijing platform. I'm going to take responses, as many as I can, from all the rows. Maybe I should start from this side this time. Young people engagement. How do young people want to be engaged going forward?
Thank you very much. My name is Marianne. I'm coming from Ghana. In fact, you have killed it, my sister. Yes, I believe that young people should add value to themselves. Because listening to you, you said that young people want to be guided and not controlled. Yes, our culture as Africans seems to control young people instead of guiding them. But I want to say here that as a mother, sometimes we are too overprotective of our children, and that is what leads to the control. We are learning, and I am grateful to the organizers of this dialogue for bringing us here to learn as mothers, as sisters, as friends, not to control our children and our sisters, but rather guide them. I would want to advise that we should learn to add value to ourselves. When you add value to yourselves, you are educated, you have funding, you are economically viable, you can't be controlled. Thank you.
If someone is holding the money, they are holding the control.
Thank you. I'm Quinta Ubiero from Kenya, and thank you very much for bringing that out. I actually agree with you, and I will go back to Dalipo's point on space is power. So as a young person, or what I can say about meaningful engagement is, let us be given access to spaces. There's some people here that have been holding spaces for more than 30 years, for example. So for someone, there's a person who was in 1995, before I was born, in Beijing, and is still talking about, well, it's good to talk about it, yeah, but give spaces to young people, mentor us. Let us also take the mantle. Let us also start speaking about Beijing Platform for Action.
Yesterday, my sister Nzilani said, no, Mildred said, young people can go fast, but old people, that's how we need to work hand in hand. We cannot say, young people on one side, where's the money? Do you know where you're going? They have been there. We should also be teachable. We should also allow ourselves to be guided. We all need each other in this struggle. Someone wanted the mic?
Bonjour, moi je suis Kelou Sidik du Tchad. Je voulais parler comment les jeunes vont être. Il faut donner confiance aux jeunes et aussi donner leur le moyen. C'est le moyen qui manque. Aujourd'hui, nos jeunes, les femmes et les hommes, les jeunes femmes et les hommes traversent la mer pour aller en Europe parce qu'il n'y a pas le moyen. Il n'y a pas la confiance qu'on leur donne pour essayer de travailler ici en Afrique. Ils partent pour chercher le moyen pour leur subsistance. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Bomge, Wosofolo from Nigeria. And of course, we cannot take this journey without the guidance of our elders. That we need. But what we need from our elders and our legend is that they have to trust the capacities of young people. For a long time now, we've spent years doing intergenerational transfer of knowledge. And now it is time for you to give us a platform to show you that we have learned, we have received your teachings, and now we are going out there to bear this light. So we need our elders to be able to trust us that we are delegating young women from Africa to go to CSW. We are delegating young women from Africa to go to the UN conventions, to be able to speak and play a part of what they have learned. If we do not have this trust, we will not be able to show our capacities. You have done your part, mothers. You have trained us. Now it is time for you to give us that platform, to be able to show you that we learned and now we are practicing. Thank you.
Please trust us. Trust us. We will deliver. We promise.
Thank you very much. What I want to say is that we need to be very intentional in addressing the systemic barriers that continuously neglect young people. One of those issues we have, like international and geopolitics, which is affecting young people in particular. Africa is the young continent, meaning when issues like crises are happening, the first people who are likely to suffer or contribute to the solutions of those problems are young people. We need to bring an end to tokenism. Are young people actually being well included? Or we are including them for including sake? Are we putting them in the platforms because we want to show that young people are there? When they're in those platforms, do they have a safe space to really talk for themselves? Do they have a safe space to share the ideas that are particular to them? Are they actually having and giving the voice to speak for themselves as young people and not other people representing their voices? Because young people have issues that are peculiar to them. When we are talking about CSW and stuff, their issues are peculiar to them. Let them have those opportunities to speak for themselves. The systemic barriers start from our cultures right to the homes, and then at national level, socio-economically and politically, from the visa issues as well. Most of the young people will not be able to go to CSW because they will not be having passports. Not passports, they will not be able to have visas. What can we do to make the systems more accessible for young people? How can we substantively help them? We don't just want the numbers. We want the numbers, the quantity, and the quality. And that is where the power of young people belongs. Power belongs to the young people. Thank you.
And hello, everybody. And my name is Fatima. I was 3 times in WC in New York. That was always some young boys or girls. Girls was mostly there, but not much as the older people. The old people, really, I like it that we give them 30 or 40% young people to come with us because they're learning from us many things. Not always we have to go ourselves, the old people. And I say, in all Africa must become mostly the people who is working humanitarian and who working in social work and who working in NGOs. That's the best way to present it. That's the recommendation. Must be going the women who is working young and the working with the also grassroots in the village and everywhere. We must go there. The 3 times where I go, I become a lot of experience. And I take it the next time when I was there, 3 girls. And all of them, they was 19 and 21 and also 17, one of them. And they get a lot of experience back. And that I will recommend it. The young people must be first.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Constance from Ghana. Now I am representing the voices of thousands of young women-led nonprofit organizations in Africa. We are at the grassroots. We have seen the issues that bother us. Now we want to provide solutions. We want to help address them. But where do we get the funds to enable our works? Those who are going to CSW, please, we are passing a message to you that let donor agencies know this, that we need them to prioritize flexible funding, long-term funding to sustain young women-led initiatives that promote access for girls and young women in deprived communities. That way, we are promoting equality for all. And also, not only the funding aspect, they should be interested in strengthening our capacities so that we are able to meet their requirements and provide sustainable change in our communities. Thank you.
As you call out the donor community, don't forget your governments. Your governments are responsible for those issues. Before you go to donors or before donors come in, we need to be self-sustaining. We need to call our governments out, and we need to make them cater to our needs as young people.
Muy buenos días. Soy Gira Bullaji del Sáhara Occidental, la última colonia en África. Eso hay que tener en cuenta. Estuve en Pekín como joven y estuve en la 4ª sesión de las Naciones Unidas, ambos representando al continente africano. Respecto a las que están empoderadas, por favor, trabajar con sororidad, incluida la solidaridad con todas las realidades, la integración, pero también, afortunadamente, somos un continente joven, de una fuerza joven, eminentemente rico y diverso, delegar las funciones en la juventud. El relevo seguro es el que está formado, el que está implicado, el que quiere realizarlo, y afortunadamente lo tenemos en África. Por lo tanto, formar, incluir, integrar, preparar, pero darles las riendas, que ejercen esa fuerza que tienen, que ejercen su soberanía sobre sus recursos naturales, que los tienen antes de ser expoliados y donados a otro sistema a través de los sistemas precarios, arcaicos y nefastos. Por favor, el relevo lo tenemos, aquí lo tenemos y en nuestros respectivos países los tenemos. Tenemos que cambiar las realidades y pensar en el trato que reciben nuestros hijas y hijos en la ribera del Mediterráneo. No se lo merecen y no es necesario hacer de la gloria nuestros respectivos países con los recursos que tenemos. Y el mejor recurso es el recurso humano, y lo tenemos. Y las alternativas y los espacios como este son las que fomentan los documentos que respaldan nuestros planteamientos. Hay que hacer para los jóvenes, hay que hacer los estudios precisos de cada realidad para que nos permitan las mejores políticas de intervención en cada realidad. Pero también hay que trabajar de la mano, porque es un relevos generacionales. Gracias.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. Soy Veneranda Yekaba de Guinea Ecuatorial. Soy periodista y llevo trabajando 10 años en televisión Guinea Ecuatorial y otras áreas de mi país. Sobre el tema, en primer lugar, voy a empezar mi intervención agradeciendo a las pioneras de la AfWID, a estas mamás que hoy en día han hecho posible lo que hoy en día nosotros estamos gozando. Las agradecemos, también las pedimos a fin de que nos ayuden a levantarnos nosotras las jóvenes que somos principiantes en este foro de la AfWID. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque si no fuera que estas mamás, aquí tenemos a la presidenta fundadora, tenemos también a otras mamás pioneras del foro que gracias a su unión han hecho posible levantar el movimiento de la AfWID. De hecho, tal como decían las demás mujeres y jóvenes, que obviamente tenemos que unirnos para que esto no se quede, que se siga sumando, tanto nosotros que somos el relevo generacional, así como nuestros jóvenes. También aquí yo pido a la AfWID una sugerencia de pedir a los gobiernos de África, más o menos, de poder ayudar a nosotras, las jóvenes, porque nosotros estamos iniciando con las ONGs, pero hay muchísimas ONGs que no están siendo legalizadas. ¿Por qué? Porque algunos gobiernos no quieren ayudar. Por eso, como nosotros no tenemos la fuerza, pedimos aquí a los miembros a las miembros de la AfWID a fin de que puedan ayudarnos este pedido a los gobiernos africanos de poder ayudarnos a levantar nuestras ONGs. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. African governments and shrinking civil spaces, I think we need to call them out.
Ok, bonjour à tous, je suis Winsley de la République centrafricaine. En fait, nous, jeunes, on a besoin beaucoup plus d'être enseignés parce qu'il y a un combat qu'on est en train de mener. Et si on n'a pas toutes les informations concernant le pourquoi on doit lutter pour notre liberté, il y a certains d'entre nous qui seront peut-être apeurés et qui vont reculer devant certains obstacles. Alors, je demande à nos mamans que nous sommes capables de faire et je leur demande de croire en nous, de nous accompagner et ainsi nous pouvons relever ce défi qui est actuellement notre combat. Merci.
Thank you very much.
I think all of you are aware of what's happening in Kenya. We had early last year, June, we had Gen Z movement where we are calling the government accountable for high taxation. And also you are aware that there's high femicide in Kenya. And what I'm trying to say is we as youth, we are supposed to use leverage technology and voice our voices on matters which affect us economically, the taxation. And you can see what's happening in Kenya. We are getting abducted for speaking. So I don't know what we are going to do at youth, but once we go to the CSW, let's use the bilateral meetings and influence. Like, let's share what we have been affected to the different government and see if they can do the diplomacy influence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are on the right path. But one thing that I want to link into is the mentorship. Yes, we have the experience as elders, but we want our mentees to know that the mentors also need their spaces. The mentors also need their spaces. Don't call your mentor up at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, I'm just finding out how you are. Tell the mentor at the correct time that you have both negotiated and agreed to say, this is what I don't know, this is what I do, this is what I would like to be guided upon.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give people a chance as we wind up and as we go this way. I'm coming to this row. Let me just finish with this row. I'm coming.
Bom dia, eu sou a Madalena Neves de Angola. Agradecer já à AfWID por essa oportunidade e por estar aqui nesse espaço. Eu começo por dizer, sobretudo, no que toca a oportunidades dos jovens, eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência visual. Começo por falar sobre a quebra da barreira que se teve em Beijing. Quebrou-se a barreira porque as mulheres não eram tidas nem eram achadas. Então, dizer que a AfWID tem uma responsabilidade grande no que toca o jovem com deficiência. Olhar para uma inclusão no verdadeiro sentido, enquadramos mais jovens com deficiência, dizer se olhamos para este evento, o número de pessoas com deficiência que se encontra aqui, ou de jovens que precisam estar aqui para poderem ter oportunidades e apostar no novo desafio ainda é muito grande. Apostar no processo célere de seleção dos países de África que tiverem que mandar os seus representantes para podermos então seguir o lema das Nações Unidas que diz que não deixar ninguém para trás. Porque precisamos trabalhar agora com todo o grupo, com toda a sociedade e para podermos ter uma África bem representada e olhamos para todos e somos todos iguais. Essa era a minha contribuição.
Thank you very much. One person. We are focusing on how young people want to be engaged, okay? Let's wrap this.
السلام عليكم. أشكر البلد المنظم على هذا التنظيم الجيد، كما أشكر السيدة رئيسة الوفد المغربي السيدة نجاة المغراوي التي أتاحت لنا الفرصة على هذا الاجتماع بأخواتنا في بلد إفريقي عزيز. حرصت المرأة الإفريقية على بناء الزخم وتعزيز المكاسب التي تحققت على مر السنين في جهودها لسد الفجوات القائمة بين الجنسين. حقوق المرأة هي من حقوق الإنسان غير قابلة للتفاوض، وهذا ما تشدد عليه المغربيات بصفة خاصة والمرأة الإفريقية بصفة عامة. فالمرأة الإفريقية ما زالت تواجه تحديات رغم بعض التقدم الذي تم تحقيقه. أما بالنسبة للمملكة المغربية الشريفة عرفت تعديلا ناجحا في مدونة الأسرة، وهذه المبادرة راجعة لصاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله. فبالنسبة للطلاق، بالنسبة للمرأة كانت هي دائما الحاضنة، وهي في عنق رجل آخر مع أداء الواجبات للأطفال، وكذلك تأخذ البيت ونصف ممتلكاته، وهذا عقاب للرجل حتى لا يفكرون في تعدد الجوزات. وعلى كل هذا ما زالت تعتبر تفتقر إلى تحقيق المساواة وتفاوتات حقوقية وفقا للوضع الاجتماعي والثقافي والسياسي في كل المملكة. وشكرا للجميع.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to bring my voice to the voice of the youth, make CSW representative of all women. including women, women with specific needs, I mean women with disability. So make it accessible, reachable, inclusive, and representative of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last person on this row, and then we move on to the last row.
Eu sou Elina, representante de uma das delegações de Moçambique. Estou aqui para falar sobre, pela primeira vez em Moçambique, nós temos um presidente jovem. Isso que dá uma esperança naquilo que é a abertura das portas para os jovens. E também temos uma presidente da Assembleia da República, uma mulher que dá esperanças ao engajamento daquilo que é o trabalho das mulheres, e dizer que nós, como mulheres, temos a oportunidade de termos que trabalhar, abraçar-se cada vez mais para que o nosso patamar possa crescer, deixarmos aquilo que são as discriminações entre nós como mulheres, deixarmos os confrontos, nos apoiarmos e solidarizarmos umas para com outras cada vez mais. Obrigada.
Je me présente encore une fois de plus. Je suis de la République centrafricaine et je suis Zénette Dari. Je vois que la question de jeunes, qu'on le dit souvent que les jeunes sont l'avenir de demain. Qu'on éduque une jeune, c'est vraiment c'est le développement de la société. Je pense vraiment les jeunes avaient beaucoup de défis à relever. Prenez même voir les hommes politiques utilisent même le jeune pour le manipuler, enroulement de jeunes même dans le groupe armé, et il y a créé même des violences à l'égard des jeunes, voire même le mariage précoce. C'est la manipulation. C'est la manipulation. Donc vraiment, nous les jeunes, nous devons se lever et attacher aussi de nos mamans, de nous vraiment transmettre la sagesse, transmettre vraiment la charisme de vraiment qu'on soit vraiment plus fort pour vraiment obtenir nos objectifs. Merci.
Thank you very much. She has not spoken. She has not spoken. You have spoken? No.
Merci. Je suis Elodie Mingemadi. Je représente le Tchad. La participation des jeunes dans l'engagement communautaire et la société civile joue un rôle vraiment important. Prenons l'exemple de notre pays. Les jeunes sont vraiment engagés dans les activités où on peut dire à 70% de l'engagement où les activités où les jeunes font impactent notre communauté. Imaginez, dans notre pays, les jeunes peuvent organiser des conférences, des débats sur la sexualité, les maladies sexuellement transmissibles, les violences basées sur le genre, la participation et l'implication des jeunes filles dans l'éducation. Et là, c'est déjà un plus. Mais qu'est-ce que nous, les jeunes, on a besoin? On a besoin qu'on puisse, n'est-ce pas, renforcer notre capacité. On a besoin d'avoir des mentors qui peuvent, n'est-ce pas, nous orienter afin qu'on puisse, n'est-ce pas, impacter encore plus notre génération et aller au-delà, pourquoi pas. Et là, je prends également 1 minute pour, n'est-ce pas, représenter AfWID pour cette opportunité. Nous, les jeunes, on a également besoin de participer à ce genre de conférence pour, n'est-ce pas, ouvrir notre esprit, acquérir d'autres compétences pour qu'une fois dans notre pays, on puisse, n'est-ce pas, mettre en pratique et faire des ateliers de restitution pour les autres pour qu'on puisse, n'est-ce pas, impacter encore plus. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. My name is Natasha. I'm from Zambia. Mine is to just agree with what everybody has said, but also it's a reflection to everybody that we should also take home. I think for everything to work, we need to restore our family systems, because whatever we're going through is a reflection of what happens in our families. So we need to restore family, and it's very, very important.
Thank you very much.
D'accord. Bonjour tout le monde. Je salue AfWID avec 2025 et je salue toute la femme africaine qui est brave, qui est là. Je vois toutes les couleurs et toutes les nationalités. Qu'on remercie le bon Dieu et je dis bravo à AfWID et à la délégation mauritanienne qui est présidée par notre sœur Mariam Touré, qu'on respecte beaucoup. Donc maintenant, moi, je vais parler en tant qu'une présidente de l'association des jeunes. Donc je suis là en tant qu'une maman des jeunes et en tant que Molly, je veux aider les jeunes à ce qu'ils réussissent. Mais il faut qu'on accompagne les jeunes, il faut qu'on les forme. Il faut aussi qu'on lutte contre les violences qui handicapent les jeunes filles, qui ont de l'espoir pour se marier, pour faire de la famille. À leur grande surprise, elles sont handicapées par un viol qui les détériore. Donc nous, on est obligés de demander à AfWID d'accompagner toutes les femmes et d'accompagner surtout les jeunes pour qu'ils puissent véhiculer leur message. Et qu'on est aussi sanctionné par une loi qui protège la femme. Parce qu'on n'a pas exactement une loi qui protège la femme contre les violences. Et les violences se multiplient en Afrique. Toutes les femmes sont violentées. Il y a des femmes qui souffrent en silence et qui meurent en silence dans leur maison. C'est dû à quoi? C'est dû à la violence conjugale, la violence financière, la violence administrative que les filles dans le monde entier vivent. Pour avoir un boulot, il faut faire un rapport sexuel avec le PDG ou avec le directeur. Donc ça, c'est une violence. Mais c'est nous, les mamans catalysateurs, qui peuvent défendre les filles et défendre les femmes. Et je dis vive à la femme africaine et bravo à AfWID. Applaudissez, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Ursula Mevala, je viens de la République centrafricaine, je suis journaliste. De tout ce qu'on a suivi ici, moi j'ai 3 recommandations concernant le domaine des médias. Je vois que c'est important de sensibiliser les jeunes filles sur l'importance de la représentativité, notamment dans le domaine des médias, et aussi organiser des séances de partage, d'échange entre les professionnels de médias des pays africains. Et le 3e point ici, c'est d'assurer la sécurité des journalistes dans les zones de conflit. Merci.
Merci. Moi, je suis Tatiana Florentine Goniang, activiste de la société civile centrafricaine. J'ai une seule recommandation que je vais adresser à AfWID. Je demande à AfWID d'organiser une rencontre annuelle des pays sous-régionaux pour parler de l'état d'avancement des recommandations, conventions, traités et chartes que nos gouvernants ont signés et qui n'ont jamais été mis en application. Comme ça permettra à AfWID, quand elle va convoquer une telle rencontre, nous saurons à quel niveau l'état de chaque pays se trouve. Donc, c'est ma recommandation. Merci.
Sanbonani, my name is Mercy Pagela. I represent women in the cultural creative industry. And I very much appreciate this platform of African Women in Dialogue. What I would love to say is that in Africa as a whole, women have never been empowered. And on every genre and every generation, women are lacking. There is a lack of intergenerational collaborations. And our historical background is written by the wrong people. And there are no policies that are protecting women in all government policies. And it is important for us as women to collaborate as every age group, to collaborate and put these policies or draft the policies that are enabling us to have a financial power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately or fortunately, we have come to the end of the session. Okay. There's a huge screen in front of me saying time's up. You want, where do I get the time? AfWID Secretariat. So this is what we're gonna do. You people have promised me one sentence and you have not delivered. I'm having a hard time trusting you. So, Say it without the mic. Yes, young people, we should be open to constructive criticism, okay? And correction, right? Right? So my panel has been sitting here. They have guided us through the session, and I would like us to thank them. And just hold. As an African, there's one thing we have got across the region. There's a way we make a noise, a sound of celebration, right? Kindly, my panel, stand up, and we are going to celebrate you the only way we know how. On the count of 3, I'm going to ask us to hulilate and to make the best sound of celebration the best way we know how. Are we together? Yes. Can we do that? Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So thank you very much, my panel. I'm very honored to have had you on my panel. I'm very honored to have had you on the stage. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. I hope you'll show up for another panel when I call you. Thank you very much. And to our amazing audience, thank you for your participation. We could not have done this without you. And forgive me for my shortcomings. I know there's some people I didn't give the mic to. I did not set out to do that. And I wish you a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. See you around and in the next session. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon. I think we can proceed. We are missing one facilitator or rapporteur, but fashionably late and absolutely acceptable. We will receive her when she does arrive. We are doing a report back session right now, and I hope we're going to enjoy the next 1.5 hours. My name is Lerato Mbele. I am proudly South African, made in RSA, but such a proud, proud African and daughter of the continent and a citizen of the world. It is my greatest pleasure to be here with you. So let me start off by saying to you, thank you for receiving me. Welcome to South Africa, Siyanamgela. I'm going to welcome you all from the different regions of Africa, and when I shout it out and you recognize your language, you are going to say hello. So, firstly, welcome everybody. Are you all sluggish from lunch? Welcome and hello everybody. When I say to you, bienvenue en Afrique du Sud, what do you say? When I say to you, benvindo, what do you say? When I say to you, Akwaba, what do you say? Akwaba? Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, you are not here? You are here? Oh, when I say to you, Karibu Sana. When I say to you, Marhaba, Assalamu Alaikum, what do you say? When I say willkommen, hey, bitteschön. And when I say to you, Makadi. And when I say to you, Siyanamgela Realeamohela, you say? Thank you so much. Welcome to this Republic of South Africa. It is home to all of us, the cradle of humankind, our motherland, and all of you, our mothers and sisters, daughters of the soil. It is my greatest pleasure to meet you this afternoon. Good day and welcome. So as I said, we are doing a report back on 6 key themes that have emerged. There's a broad range of themes that speak to the reality of where we are in Africa at the moment. I feel like we live in a dichotomy where there's so many wonderful, positive things happening on the African continent. I don't need to tell you that. You live on the continent, you transact, you see it. But it also feels as if we are regressing on some metrics. And so today we're going to have frank and candid conversations about the issue of peace. Will peace reign in Africa? I looked up the statistics a short while ago, and do you know there are currently 35 armed conflicts on this continent? 55 nations, 35 armed conflicts. Not all of them are at country-to-country level. Some are more localized, regional, some are skirmishes, but a fight is a fight. A fight is a fight. One lost life is one lost life. In 2025, when we've seen the highest concentration of democratic elections on the continent and the movement to participatory parliamentary systems, there are still 35 conflicts on this continent. Will peace reign? Do you believe peace will reign? Yes. How strongly do you believe peace will reign? I only hear 5 women saying peace will reign. Does it mean the rest of you have given up? Will peace reign on this continent? Yes. When will peace reign on this continent? What are you going to do about it? Will you tell us in the report back? Lead, ladies. Also, this year, last year was 30 years that we celebrated the coming of democracy to South Africa. And on the 27th of April this year, we'll be celebrating 31 years of a democracy in this country. It almost coincides with 30 years of the Beijing Declaration, where women said to the world, women's rights are human rights. Many men push back, but do you know what? We still need to push that agenda. Young girls in Afghanistan for singing a song will be jailed. Women's rights are human rights. Can we say that? Women's rights are? Women's rights are? Should women be oppressing each other? Should women tolerate the oppression of men? Should women accept government systems that hold them back? Let peace reign. We're also going to be talking about advancing the African women's movement. It is true, women's rights are human rights, but there's a specific condition that applies to us as women in Africa. How are we putting our issues on the global agenda? What needs to happen? If you believe that African women need a louder voice, what are we going to do, ladies? Are we going to wait for somebody to offer us a seat at the table? Or are we going to bring our own chairs and just sit at the table? Are we going to sit at the same table, or are we going to build a new table? We're going to find out what's happening to the African women's movement. What about economic prosperity, Agenda 2063, regionalization, regional integration, industrialization, opportunity? But do you know that worldwide, any woman entering a job for the first time is likely to earn 21% less than a man? Your daughter with her PhD going into work for the first time is going to earn 21% less than a man in 2025. Acceptable? Acceptable? What are you going to do about it, ladies? In fact, should we do something about it? I don't know. We're going to find out what equity looks like in the workplace. Removing barriers, starting our own businesses, collectively pooling resources, I don't know. The one place where women really show their prowess is in the fields. You carry the plows and you plant the seed. This is why you're being called the guardians of the land. Land rights, land tenure, the agricultural economy. 60% of African women work somehow on the farms, mainly as smallholders. You feed us African people. You feed us, not because you cook our food, but because you farm our food. What needs to happen in this agricultural economy? What needs to happen in this agricultural economy? Can you all show me your hands? Let me see if you work with your hands. How many farmers are in the room? Are you proud to be farmers? Are you proud to be farmers? You should be. I love that. You are proud to? You're proud to own the land. Do you own your land? And you farm the land? Please stand up, let them see you. I want to applaud you because a healthy nation is a well-fed nation. And so women feed our nations, you farm our lands, and we're very, very thankful for it. And then how many of you are not just visiting South Africa, but you're living far away from home? Displaced, you're in the diaspora, you live in different parts of the world, but not your home country. Just a handful of you. How many of you live in other countries not because you want to be there, but because circumstances forced you to leave? How many of you wish you could go back to hear the echo of the drums, your native language spoken, familiar faces of family and culture, that feeling of home? How many of you long for that? We're going to have a conversation about storytelling and the resilience it takes to live and work and transact abroad and to be a global citizen. And so with those words, I welcome you to this report back session. Beijing plus 30. Thank you. Okay, please can you welcome warmly a warm AfWID session. Please take your seat, ma'am. Yes, you can. No, I'll call you up. Please can you give a warm AfWID welcome to the rapporteurs and facilitators who are really going to bring the issues you have raised to the forum. I would expect more enthusiasm than that. Because remember, these are your spokespeople, your facilitators and rapporteurs. They are bringing your issues to this agenda. This is what we're going to do. We're going to ask each facilitator, I will call them up, to come and do a 5-minute presentation. After that, I will open it up to 5-minute questions on the floor. I'm going to be very strict about time, simply because we have constraints and we really need to tighten up the agenda. So 5-minute interventions, 5-minute questions. When you do pose your question, please stand up. There are roving mics. Tell us your name, question only. Question only. Is that fair? I love you. I don't want to fight with you. Question only. No soliloquies, no monologues, no reflection of when your grandmother said what. No. Question only, and we move on. Is that fair? Okay. With that, we humbly begin. We are yearning for home. African women's stories of displacement and resilience. Those echoes of home. In the wind when it blows, in the crashing of the ocean waters on the rocks. When you hear your language sung in an Afro beat. When you meet a countryman on the streets of New York. When you long for home and you keep those memories alive. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adesola Adeyemo, here on behalf of the African Union ECOSOC, Economic, Social, Cultural and Council, an organ of the AU, for those who are not aware. And I'm here to happily and joyfully provide feedback from our session titled Yearning for Home. And the session was quite insightful. We did have some testimonies from some of the participants about their experiences in terms of being, internally displaced people, be it in their countries or outside of their countries, and the experiences that they've had to endure. And statistically, as of 2024, 36 million Africans are forcibly displaced, with women and children being a majority of these statistics. And behind every statistics of displacement is a story of loss and survival, and also courage. And it's something that we really heard from the testimonies that were given during this session. And again, since we're talking about resilience, their stories, it reflected the resilience of African women, the resilience that we are forced to have in such situations. So for many of us, there was some disconnect, considering that majority of us during this session have not experienced we've not experienced what it means to be displaced or a displaced person. So there was a lot of disconnect, but we could appreciate the fact that, there's a need to want to progress and see how things can change, where women do not have to face some of the struggles that they do face in situations of displacement. So what we decided to do to make it more interactive and not just hearing from the institutional perspective, we initially gave a presentation, an overview of the Free Movement Protocol. For those who are not aware, this is a legal framework created by the African Union, which helps to delineate the free movement of people in terms of, free movement of goods, people, services, the right to work, the right to establish yourself, the right to, to be permitted to live in the country you find yourself within the continent. So we gave an overview of the FMP so that we're equipping our participants with knowledge of what exists legally and to have them know what their rights are within this framework, because they already exist, right? So how come we're not seeing it being practical in reality? So we decided to split the session or the groups to first put participants in the position of member states. So to look at what are some of the sovereignty issues that comes into play when it comes to the free movement of people, and why the FMP, for instance, has not been fully signed upon by member states. A second grouping that we did was to group them to put themselves in the shoes of women who have been displaced. So we intentionally did not include some of the women that gave their testimonies in this group so that we could get a point of view that was not from someone who had already experienced it. So we want people to really put themselves in the shoes, to walk through what it feels like to be a woman who is displaced. And then the third part is to look at internally within a government, for instance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when it comes to the issue of reintegration of people who have migrated and people that are internally displaced into other countries, how to reintegrate these people back into the country. So essentially, the core goal was to see how we can get people to start looking at policy recommendations from a member state's perspective, policy recommendations from someone who has experienced displacement, and thirdly, policy recommendations from government to government sort of collaborate or interventions, so to speak. So in terms of policy recommendations, the first one is enhancing trust in the free movement protocol, and this came about because of the issue of sovereignty. It was a hard task for participants, as they had shared, because it's one thing to demand certain things of member states, but when it's practiced, you see that it's challenging in terms of the issues of sovereignty, issues that came up such as like high crime rates when a country signs onto the FMP, issues of unemployment for members or citizens of these member states and things like that. So one of the policy recommendations that came out is enhancing the trust when it comes to the free movement protocol, and understanding that free does not necessarily mean that it would not be regulated. The free movement protocol ensures that member states still can hold on to some sort of sovereignty and still regulate the means and manner in which people move within their member states and between borders. So within this policy recommendation came strengthening regional security cooperation to address concerns about cross-border crime and also irregular migration, to develop phased implementation plans with pilot programs in willing states to demonstrate the benefits for full adoption, and thirdly, to establish clear mechanisms to ensure that free movement enhances rather than burdens issues such as labor, capital, and things like that. Secondly, we had strengthening legal protection for displaced women, and this entails advocating for the adoption and implementation of the AU protocol on the rights of refugees, returnees, and internally displaced persons. And what came about is the Kampala Convention, which exists, right? So again, we have all these fancy documents, but how are they being implemented in reality on the ground? So the second is to expand pathways to legal residency and work permits for displaced persons, particularly women, to facilitate economic inclusion. And this came about in the sense that, women who find themselves internally displaced are willing to contribute to a country's economy. Not even just willing, they can contribute significantly to a country's economy because they bring about skills that can help boost a country. So this particular recommendation came to bearing in mind that value addition that women do bring to economies, irrespective of their statuses. Thirdly is to also include or increase funding in terms of access to things such as healthcare, education, psychological support, etc. Oh, time's up. Okay. Thirdly, another recommendation was to ensure sustainable reintegration of returnees, and this entailed ensuring there's an enhancement of social cohesion initiatives to prevent stigma and marginalizations of returning citizens, and also doing the intentional work to ensure that the means and manner in which reintegration of these people who have been internally displaced is sustainable, not just short-term, but also long-term, but also intentionally making changes within the country that not only benefits IDPs, but also citizens of a country, so that there are not situations where, we find citizens moving out of their country, migrating out of their country, but the economy is good enough to retain citizens to want to contribute to their economies. So without further ado, I'll pass it back to the rapporteur.
So firstly, let me commend you. That was pretty comprehensive.
It's a lot.
I know that you're also nervous to be the first to speak, so I'm giving you some leeway. But your contribution, I think, has set the tone for us because it speaks to a lot of systemic issues that we need to consider, right? And those systemic issues, as you pointed them out, is that, when you don't have conflict situations, people don't have to flee their countries or flee their cities or villages or regions. When those economies work, people can thrive and contribute more positively to the growth of that country. If, for whatever reasons, they have to leave their countries, there are rules on how they should be treated as refugees, asylum seekers, or the like. And those protocols exist. But countries pretend they don't know the protocols, the rules. And the rules are fundamentally human rights rules. That people, when they come at their most vulnerable, need to be treated with dignity and decorum. And I think these are issues that we need to keep reminding our national leaders about at AU level. Is you signed up to the protocol, you have an obligation to live up to it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the audience? It's going to go very quickly. Thank you for that storytelling, and thank you to all the women who shared their stories as well, because as they say, until you give the lion a pen, the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So we need to hear your stories. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Taina. I come from Madagascar. So my question about, just only question, how to improve our value and identity as an African woman to stand again in the resilience. For example, maybe it's a established woman, how to implique our dignity. Thank you so much.
All right, that's a good question. Anybody want to hazard a guess? Would you like to answer that? This is a question of resilience. You're out of your country, you're out of your comfort zone, you're out of your community, and you still need to make sure that people treat you with dignity. If the government of your host country is not going to give you that security, what can you do to advance that?
Thank you very much for that question. I think this is something we try to grapple with during our session. It's already a increasingly difficult position that women who find themselves as IDPs find themselves in. And in terms of reclaiming that dignity, it's very difficult. It's like, where do you start from, right? And I think the start of it comes from the community within you, the community that you build around yourself within your networks, right? And this goes beyond IDPs and things like that. As women, we find our greatest strength, not just within, but also within the communities that we build and the communities that we serve. So I think a lot of the stories that we heard, there was, connotations that alluded to that they found strength, resilience in, be it their partner, within their families and things like that, and that helped them progress. We have stories where women were displaced, but they still achieved the greatest things academically, like had the best professions, even after going through all of that. So I think your community helps to strengthen you, to give you that resilience outside of the internal courage that you have within yourself. So I think community is very important and quite key. And that's why, yes, despite the fact that IDPs find themselves ripped away from, their source of community, we still find situations where you're able to form communities within, the refugee camps and things like that. So, but I'm trying to stray away from IDPs specifically, but I think as women, our resilience comes not just internally, but also within the community that we build and the networks that we build.
Can I ask a more straightforward question linked to that?
Yeah.
So you are a refugee, and you've got your community, but still your host government or host region is not allowing you to get a permit that will allow you to work.
Yeah.
Can you throw the protocol at them and say, you will do it? and I'm going to find an NGO who can litigate on my behalf.
Yes, you can. And I think this is one of the things that we kept reiterating during our session, is that knowledge is key. But then again, it's a situation where I do not expect, someone in a woman in a refugee camp to know what an FMP is. So I think the work starts from us at the institutional level. Yes, your member states does not want to do this work, but then there are other constituents. For example, within the African Union, we have ECOSOC, right? We are the voice of the citizenry, so as we like to call ourselves. We're the civil society policy organ of the African Union. So it's, for instance, our responsibility to bring that knowledge to you, that these are your rights, these are the rights enshrined in these documents, and you can push it forward to your host country or the member state and say, hi, these are the things you've signed on to, these are the things you've agreed upon, and even if you haven't, take a look at it, and what are the pros and cons? There's certainly more pros than cons, right? So it starts with, I think, a top-down approach. I know we like to say a bottom-up approach, but in this context, I think the work starts with us as the African Union, because a lot of people in our sessions did not know what the FMP was. So there's a huge gap in terms of sensitization and information sharing, so the work starts with us.
I like that advocacy. Thank you so much. And now that there's an AFCFTA, you're going to have to do more of that advocacy.
A lot more work.
People are going to move not as displaced, but in search of opportunities.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that. All right, so as I said earlier on, 35 conflicts that reign in Africa right now. Not all of them are state to state. Some are more localized, regionalized, but it's conflict nonetheless. So as we introduce the next topic, may I just say, could we stand up, ladies? Could we all stand up if you can, where you are? Could we stand up and could we have a quiet moment, 30 seconds, as we remember the women, the children of the Democratic Republic of Congo in the east, of Sudan, of northern Ethiopia, of the countries in the Sahel, of northern Mozambique, the women who find themselves in ganglands, which may not be conflicts of country, but conflicts of criminals and thugs in places like the Western Cape, the children who've been human trafficked through syndicated crime, and any other conflict that reigns on the African continent, even for sovereignty in places like Western Sahara. Could we just have a moment of silence? Thank you. You may take your seats. Our next session is titled, What Will It Take for Peace to Reign? Rethinking Conflict, Peace and Solidarity.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for that. That's the solidarity we're talking about. And that's actually one of the key issues that we addressed during our session, looking at what does it take for peace to reign in Africa, and rethinking that, from the perspective of security, solidarity, and peace from the lens of an African woman. And I'm Zone Zero. I was honored to be the facilitator for that session. And thanks to the co-facilitators, Professor Dande and Madam Muma Yvonne and Madam Annie, and also to all of you who were in that session, because your experience enriched the conversation that we had. So basically, we had to look at, in responding to the question, what does it take for peace to reign in Africa, from the macro level, looking at all the frameworks, looking at the 1325, recognizing that we are in a year which is a very significant year, not just the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, whose one critical areas is also on women, peace, and security, but however, the 25th anniversary of the 1325 resolution, which is the pillar for meaningful engagement of women in all key peace processes. So we're looking at how has all this been effective? The 1325, as you said, the Africa countries now, well, known is 55. But however, more than 50%, because 35% is more than 50. It's close to 70, percent of the continent is experiencing conflict. Some of these conflicts have been there pre-independence and continues to post-independence. Some have emerged. However, we have just over 40% of the country that have adopted the National Action Plan on 1325. So the question was, how effective has this been? Because when we look at it at the macro level, we see that most of the peace negotiations, it's less than 0.1% of women are part of that negotiation, and 1325 demands that women should be at the center of peace discussion. When we even look at within, the AU, whose also domestication of the 1325 is the Solemn Declaration, you realize that apart from having these documents, so what? How does it translate to affecting the people and the women who lived on a day-to-day basis experiencing these different forms of conflict? So after analyzing that, we came to the conclusion that it's not working at the macro level. It's not working because we are not seeing the transformation, we are not seeing the impact. Otherwise, we will not be standing here today as we talk and Goma is being taken over by the rebel group. Otherwise, we will not be standing here and talking why Madagascar or Mozambique is being affected by armed conflict. So then we went ahead and decided to look at what have been some of the practices that have worked at the community level, which does not get recognized. What have been some of the actions led by women that have worked at the community level, which does not get recognized. And here we had solutions, just to prove to the point that women lead peace. Women lead peaceful solutions. And to prove also to the point that without women being at the center of the conversation of peace processes, the peace will be fragile, the peace that they're trying to build. So we had, solutions came up from colleagues from Djibouti. These are all small pocket piece of actions. It could just be a group of women organizing themselves and just raising awareness on some of these instruments and on some of these programs that, safeguard peace. And then we heard from Burkina Faso. We also heard from Tanzania. Tanzania at the moment has a female president. We heard about the educational programs that is being carried out in Tanzania. We heard from Algeria. We heard from Sudan, and we also heard from South Sudan. We heard from Cameroon, the women's peace movement. Just to tell you that women are actually leading community action that are transforming and that are sustaining peace in their communities. So, to conclude, we had to come up with clear actions. What's next? And standing in solidarity with all women, recognizing the fact that any injustice against any woman is injustice against all women of Africa, we came to the conclusion, 3, 1, we need a women peace mission to these conflict-affected areas. 2, we need a women's African Union because we noticed that African Union, it looks like it's a men's club. And for sure, the last is we need to stay in solidarity. That is what solidarity feels like. We need to mean it. It's not just singing the song. We need to always be conscious that once we hear of an issue affecting a woman in South Sudan, BU in Nigeria is affecting you. You just heard about colleague who talked about the displacement. That is the impact of conflict. So you cannot say, no, Nigeria has nothing to do with me. You are affected. Thank you very much.
Can we ululate for her? Solidarity is needed. A woman's peace mission is needed. Another woman AU chairperson is needed, or a brand new AU.
AU for women, like the way we have UN women, we have AU
so
women.
You need an executive directorate in the African Union for women. That's a very
a separate organ, an African Union for women, separate from AU. We need to dream.
It's doable. UN Women is about 10 years old now.
Yeah.
Didn't exist before, so it's doable.
Yep.
A separate directorate. Okay, so if anybody wants to share their intervention on the issue of peace and how women can help to break down cycles of conflict, but also create safe havens in the midst of conflict. You know, Mexico has just inaugurated their first ever woman president. Their first ever woman president.
Yeah.
And do you know what she said was her first priority? Breaking down the drug cartels. It takes a woman to stand up and say, my first responsibility here is to break down the criminals that have subject women to, young women to drugs, human trafficking, and conflict in this country. We don't need it. Only a woman can do that. Anybody else who wants to say something? I see a question. Yes, ma'am.
It's not
a comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rama. I am from Djibouti and I live in Nairobi. I'm a teacher and I work a lot with kids that are impacted by all the displacement. And then I think we need to realize also that this trauma, even when we're carrying those kids, it goes to them. And then they born with this trauma. And then scientifically, actually, it was proven that what the mother go through, it goes straight to the baby. So we need to protect our women, whether they are displaced, whether they are educated, or whatever where they are, like they are the nannies or they are our politicians. So I just want to say one more thing. Sorry, I know I want to be short. I think that the 2025 statement that I go with is surround yourself with 5 clowns and you become a circus. Surround yourself with 5 excellent women and you become the 6th one.
Amen.
So this is, I think, what we need.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This issue of generational trauma. I see a question here up front. Yes, ma'am? Yes, Mama, go ahead.
Oui, bon après-midi. Bon, merci de m'accorder la parole. D'abord, félicitations à la présentatrice. Et je voulais intervenir en tant que quelqu'un qui a connu un cas de conflit et qui a participé vraiment dans la résolution de ce conflit au Burundi. Je m'appelle Harushia Kira Scolastique. Je suis de l'association du Shirihamwe, l'association qui dit « Unissons-nous pour construire la paix ». Alors, quelles sont les actions concrètes à mener pour que les femmes puissent contribuer à la résolution du conflit? D'abord, il faut que les femmes entre elles puissent s'entendre sur la nature du conflit. Parce que nous disons qu'il y a des conflits. Est-ce que les femmes, toutes les femmes, ont une même compréhension de ce conflit? Il faut justement que nous puissions nous asseoir et nous entendre sur les causes du conflit et nous entendre sur comment les femmes sont en train de vivre le conflit. À cela, je vous donne un exemple de chez moi. En 1993, il y a eu un conflit très, très grave. Alors, il y en avait qui disaient que c'était un conflit ethnique, un conflit politico-ethnique. Alors, celle de cette ethnie disait que ce sont de l'autre ethnie qui tuaient. Alors, les femmes aussi voulaient s'entretuer. Mais à un certain moment, après Beijing, nous nous sommes dit à deux femmes de deux ethnies différentes, il faut quand même qu'on s'assoie à deux, puisque nous comprenons le problème de la même façon. Alors, on s'est assis, on a dit, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas moyen d'avoir un peu de moyens pour rassembler d'autres femmes de la communauté qui, pour analyser ensemble le conflit. Alors, quand nous avons analysé le conflit, nous avons vu que au premier temps, elles ne comprenaient pas le conflit de la même façon, mais elles vivaient le conflit de la même manière. C'est-à-dire quoi? C'est-à-dire que les femmes n'arrivaient pas à aller dans les champs pour cultiver. Les autres n'allaient pas dans les champs pour récolter. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a des femmes qui se disaient, si je vais dans le champ pour récolter, les femmes de l'autre ethnie vont me tuer, et ainsi de suite. Alors, quand nous avons vu que les femmes vivaient le conflit de la même façon, nous nous sommes dit, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire pour justement apporter une solution à ce problème? Il faut que nous puissions amener d'autres femmes et faire une analyse dans tout le pays.
Okay.
Alors,
Madame,
oui.
S'il vous plaît, Madame, asseyez-vous maintenant. On n'a pas de temps. Merci. On a tout attendre.
Okay.
Oui, merci. Okay.
Alors,
so war affects women differently. We analyze it differently, or we see it differently, but we are impacted and the same way. We can't cultivate, we can't farm, we can't do anything else. She did say an important thing.
Yeah.
We get impacted by the war,
Mhm.
but when it's time for the peace, they don't call us to be part of the resolution.
Yep.
Why is
on est
that?
quand même arrivé à une solution.
Okay.
On a
Yes,
dit,
ma'am.
Il faut aller à la négociation. Il
Yeah.
faut qu'on puisse négocier, les belligérants puissent négocier.
Okay.
Et on s'est servi de ce slogan pour le plaidoyer. Quand on a fait le plaidoyer, et ça a réussi. Et les femmes ont pu participer
Okay.
aux négociations.
Merci, madame.
Je vous remercie.
Merci. Nous vous remercie. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. She's got the microphone. I'm going to take two more, the lady in yellow and the one over here. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Dr. Prophetess Councillor Idrashe Dongo from Zimbabwe. I loved the dream of the AU women for Africa. But I want us to dream a dream which is based on a footstep, where we need to really maybe encourage one another as women. I can give you an example in my own country. 56% of the voters of all leaders across sector, they are women.
Yeah.
It means if, as women, we are then going to be very serious about what you are talking about as the dream, what you have actually, it's a good dream. But if we are then want to be serious about it, it means we've got power. I'm speaking from my own country.
Yeah.
We've got power to have a female candidate of a president. If women become serious about their own business,
Yeah. I love that.
then then I'm going to speak about Africa. Demography tells us that there are more women than, and all these conflicts, war conflicts, whatever, it's coming from a political background in history. So if we are going to be very serious, because the AU delegates of key decision making platforms. It's about heads of nations, heads of African countries.
Yeah.
And on that table, there are no women heads who are then going to make key decisions that affects and that maybe helps women. So I'm only encouraging women.
Okay.
We are here, and if we are going to be serious, if we want to be serious about women's business, then we need to have that paradigm shift of mindset towards women candidates when they brave it enough to go and participate in polls.
And we salute
Thank
the
you.
people of Namibia because they've done that. I'm going to be
Yes,
very
yes,
strict,
yes.
ladies.
They've done Yes. that.
I'm going to be very strict. I did ask at the beginning that questions are brief, and it's because of time constraints. So I'm taking one more question on this. We've got about 5 other submissions, and a lot of these topics are interrelated. So one more question up front. Yes, ma'am?
Okay. Oh, would Arabic, right? Or French?
Yeah, she's got it. You probably should stay because you've got to respond.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أحييكم أحيي روح النضال في كل مرأة إفريقية، وأشكر الرئيس زانيل المبكي على هذه الفرصة التي أتاحت لنا. أنا الآن سعيدة بهذا اللقاء النسائي الإفريقي، وفيه رسائل لكل مرأة إفريقية. أتمنى أن تتحقق هذه الرسائل، وهي الرسالة الوحيدة. المرأة الإفريقية تحتاج لدعم، الدعم في جميع المجالات، في المجال التعليمي، في المجال الصحي، في المجال التنموي. أنا الآن لا أراكم، لكنني سعيدة بوجودي أمامكم، وأريد أن كل امرأة إفريقية أريد أن يصل لكل امرأة إفريقية أنني أحتاج للمساعدة، وكل امرأة لها شابة لها إعاقة تحتاج للمساعدة والاندماج والتعايش السلمي من أجل الحرية ومن أجل الديمقراطية، من أجل أن شراكة المرأة تكون موجودة على أرض الواقع. بوجود شراكة المرأة تكون المرأة الإفريقية بخير وعلى خير. وشكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Shukra. So thank you very much, and thank you all for your comments and your inputs. It shows that indeed we are really, we really want peace in our continent, because I could see there's so many hands raised up. So we can always continue the conversation, and I want to say, let's keep staying in solidarity, and let's mean it. Whenever you read the news about a woman somewhere, just know that it is on you. So thank you again, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the interventions.
They will be there. Thank you so much. Let peace reign. What a beautiful submission. Like I said, ladies, I'm being very strict on time. Otherwise, we'll be here till midnight. There's so many issues. There's so many personal testimonies. But we just got to get the report backs done on time and give each speaker their fair share of time. And then you'll see that the topics even overlap. This issue of setting up a women's directorate within the African Union speaks directly to our next speaker as well. You talk about solidarity. It's key to the essence of the African women's movement and advancing it. And I just took a cursory look at some of the work that the UN has been doing around the African women's movement and working with various agencies on the continent. And it turns out that at this juncture, they're really advocating for sexual and reproductive rights. And it's understandable. There's a new government in the United States, and unilaterally, with one signature, all the work that is being done through PEPFAR was cancelled in 24 hours. So women who get reproductive health services yesterday got them, today they didn't. And we don't know indefinitely for how long that review is going to take place. That and many, many other issues around just really recognizing the plight of women worldwide. When we started earlier, I said, young girls in Afghanistan, 2 years ago they could go to school, university. Now they can't. Not only can they not go to school, they're even told if they speak and we hear your voice, there's going to be a problem. These are not problems of another world. they are our problems if it affects the girl child and the woman. So let's find out more about what's happening with the African women's movement, a conversation.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yaliwe Clark, and I'm here to speak about the African women's movement. And our question was, and still is, I think it's a question we are grappling with even as we are here, as we are experiencing this conference. Are we fit for purpose? Are we doing well? What are we missing? What do we need? Where are the gaps? We are the ones who we had to criticize ourselves. It was not easy. It was not an easy conversation. The way in which we tried to facilitate it, and I was the facilitator. I didn't have a co-facilitator. However, I had excellent support from the volunteers, younger volunteers, in the conference, and also the participants. We put ourselves in small groups of 7 so that we could go deep. We wanted to go deep. We were tired of repeating ourselves. There was a sense of impatience in the room, you know. What have we missed? Why are there people who are not feeling heard? What is it we need to do practically? Yes, I can breathe and I can rest and I can dance, but what does that mean for change in the world? Why 30 years later we're saying the same things? We were very stressed. Shame. We're exhausted. I hope those who were in the room managed to eat and get some rest. So interestingly enough, the first point that we made was that, and we asked ourselves 3 questions. 1, what is the African women's movement? What is it? 2, what is the purpose of it? 3, are we fit? Are we ready? Are we doing the work? So each of us in the 7 groups asked that question. For 40 minutes we dialogued non-stop. We took a bit of a break, brought in food, and the first thing that came up was solidarity. Even before we could start talking, we needed to demonstrate solidarity. For Sudan, for DRC, we were everywhere. But we realized that yesterday, when the Sudanese women had to put up their hand and say, we are here, we were gutted. We were gutted. And so we asked the women from Sudan to speak first. And we listened, and we were in silence, and we held space. And we said, this is part of the work. But silence and holding space and listening is not enough. We need much more. So we asked ourselves, what does solidarity really look like? This is one point we didn't disagree on. Yes, the African women's movement is about solidarity to change the world, to make our lives better. But if we cannot make practical steps, this is a waste of time. And so we asked ourselves, what is it that we need to do practically? And we said, well, the first thing is we've got to know who we are and why we are here. And right now we are grappling with language and power. Are we an African women's movement? Are we an African feminist movement? What about the different articulations of who we are? Do we have to come to agreement to make change? And we said, yes, we are diverse, our language issues are problematic, and we are struggling to build solidarity beyond the tensions that language creates. So we need to be creative. We need to allow micro streams within the movement to articulate that which they know well. And we need to allow those streams to merge and break as needed. We cannot expect homogeneity, that we all agree on everything all the time. We will not move. We allow those who know issues, who live in those issues, to lead sometimes, and we move. They lead, those, and then we need to balance between the micro streams and the diversity of perspectives and practical steps with the mass movement. Right now, we are not doing well on that one, let's be honest. Even here, people are complaining about what has been said, what has not been said, what was done, what was not done, and we are betraying each other. And we are not supporting each other. And it's not helping us build solidarity. And it's not building our esteem. We talked of disability and ableism again. We talked of the tensions again. And we say, we have to move. What about artistic expression? What about the body? What about breath? What about different ways of showing solidarity? We moved very quickly between knowledge production to war and militarism. We jumped in between. Each 7 groups raised different issues. I'm doing my best to pull some threads. When it came to war and militarism, which is one of the things that kept coming on to the table, we said we're dealing with crisis all over. Food, shelter, trauma, grieving hasn't happened. Dignity is not there. And I think the way in which we're talking is that solidarity looks like humanitarian aid sometimes. Solidarity looks like providing housing and shelter in another country and holding those people in our arms. This thing of betraying our sisters from the diaspora because they don't speak our language, we are not happy with that. We are not happy with the way we alienate ourselves when we are stuck in other countries. We are not happy with that. And we are disappointed with the state. They make money from the minerals that are being sold to other countries, and they buy weapons with those minerals. We do not trust them. Our taxing systems need to shift. That money comes back and it feeds us, and solidarity is practical. And if they don't give us that money, we must raise our own money. This thing of hiring hotels like this and the money goes to some few men, mostly men, some are in government. I'll tell you about Birchwood. That money this money for all of our rooms should go to African women. That is solidarity. That is solidarity. Solidarity looks like we feed ourselves, we resource ourselves. This thing of taking money from the global north and then we fund, yet the statistics are showing that the wealth that's coming back to Africa is not coming from governments in Europe and USA. It's coming from the diaspora of Africans across the world. More money is flowing to Africa through those streams than through governments. So that's solidarity. Let us steer that money as the African women's movement. We are migrant workers, we are diasporas, we are displaced, and we are sending money home. And that is what solidarity looks like. This movement needs to practice that. Mechanisms are not enough. So-called African Union, we don't trust them, even if they have an AU women what. Just like UN women, you've seen what happens. So we don't trust the mechanisms, and the African women's movements need to be creative. Laws need to be in place. Many are in place. We need to do more. This thing about men and masculinities, can we be honest? We are not on the same table. Are we on the same table? We are not on the same table. Some of us hate men, and we hate them for very good reasons. And we tell everybody how much we hate them. And yet they live in the world together, whereas 50% men, 50% women, somewhere there. What are we going to do about men and masculinities? We are not in agreement. This dialogue needs to be practical in terms of what are we going to do with the fact that men and masculinities, men are insecure. War is there because of insecurity in masculinities, but it's also there because the African women's movement, the African feminist movement, whatever you call it, we're getting so strong that they are destabilized in their masculinities. And gender-based violence is increasing partly because of that. Just 2 more points. Technology came into the space often. And the question was, is technology supporting our solidarity or is it distracting us? And we had a very practical example. Right now, M23 in DRC, we are on our phones with our sisters and our networks working on the matter while we are here in this conference. Some of us are on our phones because we are in solidarity. Some of us are on our phones because we don't care and we are caught up with home issues. Right? Or we care so much that we can't be in one place at the same time, because that's what women do. We are octopuses. So how are we going to maneuver technology to enhance our solidarity and not allow it to detract us from the focus that we need? Look at your phone when you need to. Can we put it down when we need to? How do we make those decisions? How can technology support us? We talked about economy, but it's coming up. A couple of things that I just want to say I've already mentioned making our own money, taxing systems, marriage, family, and economy, early marriage, divorce, child marriage, widowhood, and economic possibilities need to be analyzed. We cannot analyze marriage and reproductive health and family separate from economy. That dichotomy needs to stop. We know that when women become widows, property is grabbed for some countries. Grieving rituals are violent. We are disenfranchised because we are not married, and sometimes we are disenfranchised because we are married. What about early marriage? What are we doing about that? So there were a few things in the end. People put the last points on papers, and me and the rapporteur, Kani. I don't know if Kani is here. And then we had Nisha and another media. We tried to grapple with this. We are not done. The work is big. We are not entirely fit for purpose. We have work to do. And it is practical, and it needs to be felt in our bodies, in our minds, and in our hearts. If those things are not felt, we are not fit for purpose. Thank you.
Please don't leave. Please don't leave. A very, very powerful intervention, because what it does do is it says to create a movement organically, there needs to be a level of solidarity among us. Your plight is my plight is your plight. We all have slogans across Africa, but do we live those slogans? Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, ubuntu, whatever. Do we live those slogans, is what you're saying? And then there are the practical steps of how you rework the global financial architecture to empower women. And I also really appreciated what you said, is when women are empowered, they're empowered through the lens of economic development, humanitarian support, and aid, which, you know, despite the fact that my whole background is in development, ironically, it's frustrated me a lot to say, I don't see development completely empowering women. It empowers them a little bit, but it keeps them impoverished. We need to dismantle that. Okay, questions, submissions. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to do this now like an auction. Lady in the red hijab, you ask a question. Lady up front here, you ask a question. I see you there, over there. 3 and 4. That's it. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, hello. My name is my name is Zuleika, and I'm from Somalia. I was actually in this group discussing this matter. As a Gen Z, because I'm only 17, as a Gen Z, we are an extremely progressive generation. We are constantly trying to move forward. But we notice that there's quite a lot of pushback, especially from those who are more entrenched in older ways of thinking. Within these movements, women's movements, how are we to mitigate certain women who act as the direct beneficiary of the old ways, but also direct beneficiaries of the very oppression they say they seek to dismantle? So how are we meant to, bypass them?
What a brilliant question. When women are the enforcers of patriarchy, what do you do? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please, can you give the microphone to the lady who's standing at the back there? Then we'll come to you. She's been wanting to say something. Somebody just said about you, you are fit for purpose. If you're raising question about women who enforce entrenched views, you are fit for purpose.
It is done. Thank you very much. My name is Sakina Mohammed, and I just want to go back to early on because my hand was there, and I'm going to forget it because at my age we have a senior moment. I think that in terms of just us being, in terms of solidarity, we need to begin to say right now in the DRC, there is a war going on. And I do think that we do, out of this conference, need to put something down in writing, first and foremost. But I think also at the same time, a suggestion would be, how do we begin to say, because we can't throw the baby with the bathwater, how do we begin to say all of these other things that have not worked out? What was the reason, so that we begin to reflect on what has happened, but going forward, how do we bring everybody on board?
Thank you, ma'am. A resolution from AfWID 2025 on the DRC. Do you think you can do it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yes, ma'am, in front.
Ok, bonjour à toutes. Je suis Ida Flore Marundou du Gabon. J'aimerais rebondir sur ce que la maman a dit, comment repenser pour aller de l'avant. J'aimerais donner comme deux propositions. La première proposition, ce serait peut-être de redéfinir l'émancipation de la femme. Parce que je crois que les 30 premières années, nous avons voulu marquer le territoire, montrer que nous sommes des femmes, nous existons et que nous avons du potentiel. Et donc maintenant, redéfinir l'émancipation en disant que nous ne sommes pas des adversaires des hommes. Parce que nous rencontrons beaucoup de blocages, parce que les hommes nous voient comme des adversaires et on a du mal à avancer par rapport à la mise en application des textes de loi qui sont votés en faveur des femmes. Les montrer que nous ne sommes pas leurs adversaires, mais plutôt des partenaires. Parce que nous, les femmes, nous avons les techniques pour parler aux hommes. Et je pense que si nous mettons ça en place, nous serons mieux comprises et nous allons encore aller beaucoup plus vite. La seconde proposition, c'est par rapport à l'accès au financement, par rapport à la prospérité économique des femmes. Les femmes ont du mal à accéder au marché public, pour celles qui sont chefs d'entreprise. C'est un monde qui est exclusivement réservé aux hommes et c'est très fermé. Peut-être mettre en place des textes de loi par rapport aux quotas, comme nous l'avons fait pour la participation des femmes en politique, afin que des femmes aient accès au financement, pas seulement les accès au crédit, au microcrédit qu'on nous donne et qu'on donne à nos mamans. Nous voulons avoir accès au financement en tant que partenaire, en tant que agent majeur de l'évolution de nos pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. There was a question here and one there, and unfortunately that's all we can take for this segment. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hi. Actually, thank you for not asking me to speak earlier so that I could get the last speaker, because she's raised some of the issues that I think are important. But number one, I just wanted to say, to remember that the first dialogue in South Africa, the first African Women in Dialogue, which was held in South Africa in Pretoria, was specifically on conflict, Burundi and Rwanda. Somehow that information and whatever action plans that came out of that have dropped out. I'm saying this because conflict and war is not an event that we can discuss and resolve through one dialogue. So number one, this is actually something that I want to say after the first person, because I thought that the one who recommended African Union for Women, etc., etc. I think the first thing is that African women live the consequences of war. Not only are we absent when the men negotiate peace, we're also absent in the forms of knowledge and production of knowledge. If you want to speak to somebody, you want to read somebody who writes about war, Cynthia Enloe is the authority. Where are the African women Cynthia Enloes? So that's the first thing, because if we don't raise our voices, if we don't address these centers of power in the North and in our countries, both as experts from experience, but also as people who have learned, we are going to continue to have this conversation for the next 50 years. So that's the first thing. And there are women actually in the continent who write about peace and war. They are not here amongst us, and we need to have those conversations, both with the experts in this field, but also with women who experience this directly. So that's number one. Number two, when we talk about war, when you talk about technology, my sister, we also need to understand that technology itself right now, as we speak, is a facilitator of war. The Cobalt region is in conflict because cell phones are needed. So in addition to solidarity with the women who are in those countries, I am suggesting that we need to create an initiative out of this that addresses directly the issue of war and conflict and natural resources in this continent. Right now, as we speak, not some resolution, not some bureaucratic UN mechanism. What we know about war and conflict and natural resources right now. We need to address the apples of this world. we need to address all these international companies that need this technology.
Yeah.
Number 3, all of us, we continue talking about how women don't vote women and all these kinds of issues. But there's something about how we have these conversations, with all due respect, that seems to be blaming women.
Yeah.
These are symptoms of a patriarchal system that is deeply embedded even within ourselves. It is easy for us to talk about PhD syndrome and not actually talk about how power shapes how we see other women.
Yeah.
So my plea today is that, 1, we have a very clear resolution and action plan about how we understand the war and conflict and make that very clear. Okay, finally.
We've run out of time. I did want to, please don't go off the mic. I'm asking you for the briefest answer. Nomodi Sogasa is a leading feminist scholar and gender equity commentator in our country. If you say we need to have a more nuanced and honest conversation about patriarchy and how we've internalized it, because I think that's what everybody's alluding to, could you just help us understand what that is? Because, people say simply, women don't vote for women. Women don't support other women. What is this patriarchy we've internalized on such an extent that when I look at you, I'd sooner trust a man before I trust you? What is that all about?
Okay. The first thing that I think we would have to do out of this conversation is around imagining what she's talking about, building women's movement. I don't think we can have one women's movement, by the way. I think how we build women's movements. And so the first thing is women as political subjects and as political actors. And we articulate what we mean by that. How we make it clear that if men don't take women's positions seriously, it's a political risk. So instead of saying women don't vote for women, women undermine each other and all that, we articulate what we are going to do about that. 1, we are going to show how we think when women are in power, certain things have got to be put in place. 2, how in the last 30 years post-Beijing, how the very mechanisms that have come up have actually been marginalized. Number 3, we find examples, and there are, my sisters, examples of when women have been in leadership and how they have excelled. And once you start doing that, we shift our conversation in saying this is how we understand power. And this is how power has worked for us, and this is how power has not worked for us. And then what you do, you have a conversation with her generation, because actually all of this, at my age, my next big birthday in a few years' time is going to be 60. So I'm kind of like at the departure lounge, okay? So we need younger women, fresher women, new ideas. We ask her, when you say, my child, we are the facilitators of patriarchy, how do we undo that? So instead of this lamenting that we do this, and there are many ways in which we do this thing. Female genital mutilation is processed by women. All these things. But even those women act for a culture of patriarchy. So that's what I'm saying, that we need to undo this kind of conversations. We're not going to be able to do this in 1 day or 2 days. But I would like to suggest that out of this, and it's going to sound elitist, it is not intending to, we have a working group that actually works very concretely about how we see ourselves out of this dialogue. Starting with what we learned in the first dialogue about dialogue in peace.
Thank you so much. I love the suggestion. Last question over there.
Good afternoon, ladies. I'm Jessica Zovan from Madagascar. I'm truly convinced that we, as a woman, we need to think beyond our own lifetime. And I really like what the panelist said before when she said more money for women. So my question is, how can we ensure as a woman financial stability through generation? Is it possible to to hear from more concrete action about how to put more wealth in our hand as a woman, to have more impact for us, for our girls, for the girls after us. Thank you.
I want to say that the next segment is addressing exactly that, but perhaps you can just tie everything together.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. Just to say that what was put on the table, we came up, and what we didn't have time to do, and it wasn't practical to do, is to discern and pull particular action points. So I really like the idea of this moving into that so that it doesn't end up like the first dialogue in 2018. Just to say that in terms, something that seemed to resonate across was about knowledge, right? And I think the couple of points have been around knowledge. We know so much already. The usual knowledge systems, the formal education systems, we all talked about them being inadequate. We talked about documentation. We talked about art and education. We talked about indigenous women's knowledge, where clay can be used to heal reproductive health problems. Health, you know, the kind of knowledges you don't find in hospitals, you don't find in schooling systems, we know them. And that's what's sustaining our families on the practical level. And it doesn't always require the major cash economy and all that the government claim to be offering. So how do we stream our knowledge systems without the whole group trying to know everything at the same time? Right, and you talked about militarism and war. There's a document called Feminist Africa. It's a journal. Issue 10 is on war and feminism. It's on women, conflict and activism. And we have Amina Mama there. We have myself. We have Cheryl Hendricks. Here we have Nana Pratt from West Africa, who has been writing and thinking on that. We have Thelma Ekio. There are so many of us. How are these knowledges moving? I don't think that we are being strategic in resourcing ourselves and redignifying ourselves. The word renaissance came up. I would add Pan-Africanism. What's our Pan-African women's movement like? What's our Renaissance what's our Renaissance feminist movements? Those are the kinds of, yes, they are internal and they're like navel gazing. They might seem like blaming, but it's the kind of criticality that's needed to hold us tightly but loosely enough to launch out of the level of shallow consciousness that war and militarism is demonstrating to us, led by mainly men who perform violent, toxic masculinities, not us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to just say something to the 17-year-old. I love what you've said, and you remind me of myself at 17. I used to call my mother out all the time. Little things. When she'd say to me, "You're not behaving like a lady. I thought I left you home. You didn't clean the house." And she'd leave my brothers. And I'd call her out every time. And we'd have blazing rows. But at this stage, I find my mother saying, "I was scared for you. How you're going to survive the world that has been hostile to women for generations. It wasn't going to change for you. I wanted you to adapt so that you could cope. I wanted you to adapt so that you could find love. I wanted you to adapt so that you could fit in." So sometimes our mothers look like they are enforcing, entrenching, protecting patriarchy. Not because they can't see it, because they can see it's not changing fast enough and they don't want you to suffer it. They want you to tolerate, to be able to survive it. So don't be too hard on the older generation, but call them out. Call your mother out, your aunt out. Eventually, you'll start having constructive dialogues. Right now, let's talk about our women who feed us. Not just the food we eat, but the food we farm. And when we talk about financial systems that empower, why can't agriculture be the one space where commercial women farmers emerge and become the millionaires of our time? They farm that land, they have that knowledge, they are connected to the culture. Why are women always smallholders? Come and talk to us, the guardians of the land, seed and ecology.
Yeah, I'll be very unfair if I don't introduce my organization that did the seed exhibition. So Rural Women's Assembly, Southern Africa Rural Women's Assembly, is a movement of rural women that produce the food with the aim of trying to achieve their rights to land, water, and seed. And all these are done based on 3 pillars: solidarity, feminism, advocacy, and empowerment. So today we had a session which is called Seed Exhibition, and the purpose of the session was trying to convince a narrative that says Africa cannot feed itself. So the session title is called Guardians of Land, Seeds, and Ecology, Women at the Heart of Africa's Food and Environmental Sovereignty. So we started by having our introductions so that we can have a feel of how many countries were there. Then we had to go into groups so that we can get the challenges that are there in terms of the food system. So in the challenges, we came up with a lot. There are so many similar challenges despite us coming from different countries in Africa. So one of the challenges was that women are able to add value because they are not empowered in terms of finances. Then another challenge was the climate change, floods, excessive heat, armyworms, name it. So the other challenge was so many women do not have access to land and control. The cost of inputs being high, and access to information in some extent is not there. And the promise of our governments, sometimes they commit themselves to treaties. For example, UNDROP, by the end of the day, that thing is not implemented. UNDROP is a declaration of farmers. It's just an example. There are treaties, there are declarations, but they just commit themselves, sign that this thing is okay, but by the end of the day, it's just put in the shelves. There were issues of water, poor market, and the other thing is because of some war, I don't know whether I should call it conflicts or war, that result in contaminating some fields or some land that women are supposed to produce on. And that really triggers the GBV at some extent in some countries. So we also had to talk about the declaration, agroecology, and also a presentation on land and women. So these are the resolutions that we came up with. One of them is governments should put in place policies that would drive the implementations of some declarations. For example, the United Nations declarations of the right of peasants, because that is where we can have the farmers' rights. That one, our governments committed themselves, but they put it behind the shelves. So we also need to form a consortium or a forum so that we fight such issues of seed, farmer-saved seeds, and the climate change issues. Under climate change, there's also some issue of climate justice, where we need some climate funding that is not reaching the women so that we can implement climate resilience issues. So there's also the issues of promotion of farmer-saved seeds and protecting them. Currently, most of the policies do not promote farmer-saved seeds, but we can assure you those seeds are still feeding us. If we don't put into consideration those seeds, one day food aid will end. There's a wake-up call that is currently roaming about the USAID funds, and the food aid may end one of the day. You wake up and you find there's no food aid. So we really need to put into consideration what we have so that we drive the food system. There's also the issue of conflicts, which some women said they need to return to occupied land, more financial assistance on research into agroecology farming. Mechanization is also needed. So those are the issues that we came up with. We had really a lot, but currently we really need to put our heads together as Africa. Let's put on the table the seeds that are a source of the food that we have in Africa, so that no one will colonize our food. Currently, if we leave it open, we'll be colonized by a few people who need profit, and yet we really have our seed that can bring our food on the table. Thank you.
Mary, please don't leave. Thank you. I must say, I really appreciate that. It was so comprehensive. And the minute you said once there's war and the munitions start to contaminate the water, it impacts farming. I'd never even thought about that. I'd never even drawn that direct link between just even the instruments of war and the farming economy. I just thought people get displaced. But that was just so technical. Thank you for that. For anybody else who found it illuminating, please let's give a round of applause. Okay. I know I'm not the most favorite person at the moment, but you'll love me tomorrow, I promise. I'm taking questions. 1, I see it in the center. This side of the room, you say I don't look at you. 2. 2. 3. 4. And that's it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, there's a lady here.
I'll keep it very short. I had raised my hand. I just want to acknowledge the 17-year-old that spoke. That is, by the way, my daughter. And we have had this very, I would say, very painful discussions. And I see whenever these issues are raised, we tend to be triggered quite a lot. It seems as if we're being accused, when that is not really perhaps the intent. And I think, we would need to open this space so that we can hear this kind of opinions. You know, we are old. I am part of this generation that is in here. And we are all on this escalator. We are about to get off. And we have to acknowledge the fact that maybe we didn't do a good job. You know, and the next generation will do that. And then I wanted to also speak to the issue of displacement before I hand over the mic. Someone had asked about dignity and how do we get that? I have been displaced for more than 35 years in the diaspora. There is no such thing as dignity. You will come to realize that this is what it is. And the dignity that you are seeking and looking for outside of you is within you. It's not taken away from you. And dignity means perhaps also letting go. And understanding that you might not go back. But still you're valuable, you're human, and that's all you can do.
Yes, okay, so there is a question in this row. It can come. I just want to say to you, mum of the 17-year-old, you did not do a bad job. The fact that your daughter is here, listening to these hard conversations, and you haven't hidden her, you've exposed her to them, you've got courage. The fact that your daughter can put up her hand and call us all out here and not believe there'll be reprisals or consequences, there's an openness to your mothering, and you are dignified, and you're teaching her dignity. Yes, ma'am.
So I have 3 comments to make. I was in the same group as Mary. But the first point I wanted to raise, which I think we need to include in the conversation on displacements, is that of displacements that's coming through climate crisis. We have situations in Southern Africa, the rest of Africa, where you have Malawi, who's had cyclone after cyclone after cyclone. You have Madagascar, etc., Mauritius, and so on. So the issue is that this is another kind of displacement, and we need to engage around the climate fund in relation to this. Many, many poor communities are losing households, losing livelihoods, and women are living under really challenging conditions. So I think this is quite an important issue to include in that conversation about displacements. My second issue that was very dominant in our discussion on agriculture and the food system, which I think is key for us in Africa, is the takeover of a few multinational seed companies of our seed system. Today, in Africa, for example, there are only 4 seed companies that exist, and the biggest one is a Chinese conglomerate that's taken over our seeds. And the farmers in the room will know that the most expensive input to grow food is seed. And if our seeds are controlled by multinational companies, profit will always be the driving factor as opposed to food. And also the quality of the food, because we were clear that we should say no to genetically modified food. We should say no to GMOs. We should demand our own food, reclaim our own seeds and food systems, and so on. The third issue was the questions of subsidy. This is a very key issue, because at the moment, European farmers, American farmers get subsidies for food and for their production and for livestock. We don't get. There are no subsidies, but we have to play in the same field, in the same markets, buy in the same shops, etc. The governments of Africa, through the AU, have introduced initially the Maputo Declaration, Farmer Input Subsidy Program, where you have to give 10%. Every country must allocate 10% of their budgets to food production, and especially women. Today, across Africa, most countries only allocate 3% and under to agricultural subsidies. And that, the 3%, is mostly captured by the elite. So our food system is in dire need of economic impetus, and we should fight for an equal subsidy that is had elsewhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it speaks to those financial systems as well, that architecture. Yes, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. I am Masero from Botswana. I would like to make a general comment. I think as women, we are not participants in the government. We are just represented. The people that make or take decisions for us are not us, they are men. So they're obviously going to make policies that benefits them more. I think as women, we should pull ourselves to the tables. When the space is not there for us, let's pull our chairs to the table and make a participation so that we may be able to make policies that benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there was over here. Okay, so, yeah, go.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Moi, je suis Kelou du Tchad.
Bienvenue.
Merci, madame. Elle a parlé du manque de ressources. Aujourd'hui, le Tchad est un pays qui est touché par le changement climatique, l'inondation, le désert qui est déjà vraiment avancé et les conflits qui interviennent en plus. Il y a les déplacés du Soudan, les déplacés de Centrafrique et les déplacés du Nigeria qui sont déjà, les réfugiés qui sont déjà au Tchad. Avec le manque de ressources qui est là, comment la femme peut être résiliente? C'est ça ma question. Avec tous les problèmes qu'il y a, et le Tchad est le pays plus touché par le méfait du changement climatique qui est là, l'inondation, le désert et le manque de l'eau. Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Asna from the Comoros Island. And I have made a choice 5 years ago to leave Paris to go back home. And I was working in a hotel on a high heel shoes. And today I'm in the agriculture. Planting, I'm in the factory processing juice, syrup, and other spices. My question is that today what I sell 60% of the product come from China because I cannot package, I can not use any packaging without China. Today all the seeds we are working on it are coming from Paris, from Brussels and whatever. How and when are we going to take our freedom about that? That's one thing. Second thing, we are all responsible here that when we are going out on the buffet, we prefer to have pizza, spaghetti, and whatever, instead of enjoying our food. We are responsible for what is happening here. Another thing, again, because I will not get the microphone again, please, all of us here, one day maybe some of us will be president of minister. Once we get there, behave like a woman. Don't play the game of men, because you are not a man. And again, let us stop saying that we want equity with men, because once you put me that I have to be equal to men, that means you put me down. Let's talk about complementarity. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Leili, thank you. And good evening, everyone, and thank you from the lady here. And the things what I want to talk to is exactly, I came from Somalia, and I came back to my country 2010. And I left when I was 16. And why I came back? Because we have civil war. And all Africa, we have the war. And we have to go back to home and to do something there. When we not do ourselves, and we go Europe and America and staying our life there, we never can do anything about our home. Every one of us who is outside, he have to come back in Africa and to do something. And I want to see this lady ask it. We have the problem. I am NGOist, and I'm working with the women, and 70% I'm working with women. And we have an education and up to the health, up to the, and I working now, last 2 years, I'm working only farm and rural area. And the women who was working, they are mostly, and farm, I think it's 80% the farm is girls, the women. And they protection children, they put the children for the school, they put the children, that money what they own. And the problem what they have is the serious problem. Only what they have there. The seed is coming somewhere outside. And always, I remember when she claimed it when I was research from the old farm. They claiming from the seed what they put, one time it's coming in warm. All the foods, the tomato and everything. And they never come back again, anything to do anything. And that African Union and African EU and everyone of who is responsible in Africa, they have to do something That's what I say to you. and your experience, what we can do, that we all African, like this lady now to come from France, and this she make their own. I was same like her. I hear this, and I start from the education from children to helping there. And now I fall down to gender, everywhere I working, gender and education, healthy, all the system. Now I see what we need is food. Our own African and our country who come up, and we give them our children for healthy food. And that's what we have to do. We have to think about all of us. Everyone, he have garden house, he have the plenty land. We have to do our food ourselves. And our children, we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Apparently, I don't mind taking my microphone back. Thank you. You think it's dying? Okay, the battery. Okay, thank you so much. May I ask you, Mary, tie it all together? Agro-processing, jobs, security, and, supporting each other.
Yes, I think we need to change our mindset. Our seed is our food, and the food we eat is also our identity. So no one should control our food. So let's put our heads together, bring the seeds together, because we are one Africa and one woman. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. If you consider that agriculture in some countries is, in our country it's about 3-4% of GDP. In some countries it's 10-15% of GDP. It's the bedrock of our economies. But when we look at farmers, all of us, when we look at farmers, we think, I want to be in my high heels. I don't want to work with my hands. It's not glamorous. And now the farmers, majority of them, small scale, are women, and they're over the age of 60, believe it or not. So we're not thinking about what the future of agriculture is going to look like, how to really commercialize it, how to make it big. But it's not just that. It's, as the lady says, these women running their farms, they use that money to educate their children. So the money now goes into the mainstream economy in a different way from the farms. It now moves into the formal economy in different segments. So let's talk about the various links of growing our economies and growing with those economies. The global financial architecture that's spoken about, those subsidies, imagine if women were running things. So let's talk about economic access, economic prosperity in a capitalist world, and how women can participate.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kebotlhale Motseotata, and I'm very happy to be here with you today. I was born in Botswana in exile, but South Africa is also my home. Our session was titled Economic Prosperity in a Capitalist World. Can African women truly thrive? And I must say, our session was invigorating. I left that room feeling really inspired and touched by those amazing women who had all those amazing and brilliant insights and ideas. In terms of the theme of our workshop, when thinking about economic prosperity in a capitalist world in relation to African women in thriving, we were thinking about the ways in which we define what it means to thrive from our cultural perspectives of economic experience in a capitalist world. So how do we cultivate grounds of what economic prosperity means for us, given the definitions of prosperity in a capitalist world? What are the economic dreams that we carry into the world and areas of solidarity that we need to build together across movements, regions, borders, and households? So this was a dialogue between the mind and the body in relation and in response to the violence of capitalism. And so in a world that continues to be plagued by extraction, exploitation, harm, and disconnection, this workshop asks us to slow down, to reflect, and to dream through our collective experiences. It asks us to reflect critically about the macroeconomic effects on the personal. for us to build local, nuanced, and rooted grammars that sit as our reparative strategies, our ways of defining what it means to thrive and not only survive in a capitalist world today. This workshop was designed to hold the complexities of solidarity, the complexities of solutions, and the complexities of feelings. So as I've mentioned, this was a conversation between the mind and the body in response to the violence of capitalism. So the structure and flow of the workshop started off with us landing ourselves. So we grounded by doing breathing exercises, and we used sound to do so. And then we moved on to the next part of the session, which was witnessing. And we asked our audience and our participants to move across the room as slowly as possible as a way to tap into the body. For example, right now you're here and you've been here for a very long time, but are you really conscious of your presence here right now? Where are you? Are you on your phone or are you somewhere else? Are you home or are you in South Africa? And so the practice was then to draw us back to ourselves, to put us back into our bodies, to notice our surroundings and to respond to both the system of capitalism and to our needs in relation to the violence of capitalism. Then we moved on to the other part of the session, which entailed reading. This was a very crucial part because I then read a document that was written in 1984 by the women of the Medu Art Ensemble. The Medu Art Ensemble was a cultural group that was based in Gaborone, Botswana in the 1970s and 80s, and they used cultural work such as posters, music, film, theater, writing, and research to respond as well as to mobilize against apartheid. And so I read this document that was written by the women of Medu as a way to make sense of the violences of capitalism in our approach to cultural work. So this was an intergenerational conversation. And then we moved on to the next part of the session, which was writing as reflecting. So what does economic prosperity mean to you? What does economic solidarity mean? And how does it play out in your life? And then we shared our responses. We all created a space that was healthy enough to have healthy and vulnerable dialogue in relation to these violences. And what came out was a few points. So the issues that were raised were those of economic oppression. So women then face systemic economic oppression, limiting their opportunities for prosperity. Another thing that was raised was that women have unfair household debt. So this means that the burden of household debt disproportionately affects women, exacerbating their financial struggles. And then another issue that was raised was that there were indifferent policies. And so economic policies then often neglect women's health and well-being, thereby causing harmful effects for them to be prosperous in a capitalist system. So our resolutions were then that we need to think about ways of empowering women economically. So how do we do that? We do that by creating initiatives and policies that focus on women's economic empowerment and financial independence. We also realized that we need debt relief programs. So we need to advocate for debt relief programs tailored to alleviate the financial burden on women and their households. And so notice how the focus is on the household. And then we thought about the idea of inclusive policymaking. So we hoped that we'd push for inclusive and mindful policymaking that considers the unique challenges faced by women. And then lastly, our action points were community support networks. So we sought to establish community support networks where women can share resources, knowledge, and support for their economic empowerment. We also thought of the notion of financial education, where we implement educational programs to equip women with the financial literacy and skills needed to navigate and overcome economic challenges. And lastly, we thought about policy advocacy. And we wanted to think about this notion of engaging in advocacy efforts to influence policymakers and ensure that women's voices and needs are represented in economic decisions. And again, I started off by saying this was really a conversation between the mind and the body in relation to the violence of capitalism. So then we concluded our session with a self-compassion practice. And the reason we did this was to then draw us back to this idea of being compassionate towards ourselves. Be kind to yourself when you don't have resources. Be kind to yourself when you have goals and aspirations, but you're too hungry to even meet any of those demands. Be kind to yourself when you're tired and in need of help and there's no one to help you with childcare. Be kind to yourself when you are alienated, lonely, depressed, sad, and you don't have a community to reach out to. Forgive yourself for not always being kind to yourself when you don't have the support that you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't leave, Botlhale. I love what you're saying, but I'm going to ask you just to clarify something. So I think simply you're saying in this internet world, if you're looking at somebody's life on social media and they look like they're extremely successful, be kind to yourself. You don't need to compare yourself. That's not the standard. It's probably not even true. Okay, so what do you mean by the violence of capitalism?
Very happy that you mentioned social media, because right now, that is the biggest distraction. And also the biggest catalyst of our revolution, right? It's the biggest distraction because then it exacerbates the violence of capitalism, because we're constantly in this process of aspiring to lifestyles that are not even part of your journey. Why are you looking at someone's life and aspiring to be like that person? It's okay to be inspired, but is that really your life? Must you go outside, step outside of yourself and put yourself in violent conditions to aspire to, as well as to attain, things that you don't even want really, but you're sold because of capitalism, right? So even the things that digitality sells us, do you even really want those things? Do you really even want that trip? Do you even really want that house? Is that really your dream house? Or is it a house that you are, kind of just sold because that's the idealized version of success? So what I mean by the violence of capitalism, I'm talking about these intricate small details of being and belonging, where we construct our personhoods in relation to money, classism, standards that are set by the system that does not even, that's not even conducive for our lived realities and experiences as African women. And so, yeah, basically that's what I mean.
Fantastic. This is so interesting. Questions? Yes, ma'am, in the blue. Yes, ma'am, in the red. 2, one more, 5. That's it. Sorry, but I have to be strict. Go ahead. She's in blue, over there. Not you? Okay, please give it to the lady right there. Yeah. And then pass it on to here.
تحياتي أتكلم أنا من موريتانيا نسوية موريتانية. نحن نتكلم عن العنف الرأسمالي وكيف يمكن للنساء أن تكون لديهن القوة الاقتصادية. Nous parlons du capitalisme et de la violence du capitalisme, de l'accès de la femme au pouvoir qui est le pouvoir économique. بالنسبة للرأسمالية هي طبعاً نظام إقصائي ولا يتجزأ عن النظام الأبوي. في النهاية هو دائماً حرب ضد النظام الأبوي. والنظام الأبوي كما الرأسمالية يستخدم المرأة دائماً لزيادة الأرباح ولصالح الطبقة السائدة وهي طبقة الرجال. Le capitalisme est un système qui oppresse les femmes en intrication avec le patriarcat. Au final, l'argent ou le pouvoir économique est une arme. Donc, je pense que les femmes doivent prendre conscience qu'elles sont exclues et que ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est normal. Elles doivent lutter contre le patriarcat à travers des mouvements féministes solidaires et influents, c'est-à-dire créer les mouvements féministes et rejeter tout pouvoir du patriarcat et savoir que le capitalisme est aussi un instrument, car il a été créé finalement par des hommes. إذن على النساء أن يكون تنظيمات درك تصورين على النساء تكوين تنظيمات إقليمية وإفريقية وعالمية إذا صح تنظيمات نسوية ترفض اضطهاد النساء كبيئة مضطهدة وترفض استعباد النساء واستغلالهن، وعليهن أن يكن واعيات بأنهن تم إقصاؤهن اقتصاديا وسياسيا واجتماعيا ودينيا على جميع الأصعدة. أصلا المجتمع الإفريقي كان مجتمعا أموميا، كانت المرأة لديها مكانة عالية فيه. Donc, à l'origine, nous venons tous de l'Afrique, et l'Afrique, à l'origine, est une terre du matriarcat. La femme avait un grand pouvoir. Mais avec l'avènement du patriarcat et plus tard du capitalisme, les rôles ont été inversés. Si nous prenons conscience de cela, nous pourrons lutter ensemble pour reprendre notre place, autant politiquement, économiquement et culturellement, et sur tous les niveaux.
Right, and that's the whole point of AfWID, is to give women their place and to take up space as well. Yes, ma'am, over here in the front, the lady in the red. She's right here in front of you, in the red, right here.
Merci, bonsoir à toutes. Merci pour la parole. Je suis Massoud Bari, je viens de la Guinée-Conakry. D'abord, c'est une remarque que je voudrais faire. J'apprécie que cette année aussi, l'activité est inclusive. J'apprécie beaucoup. Mais j'ai remarqué une chose, parce que, vous savez, les différents types de handicap, j'ai apprécié la rampe, j'ai apprécié que vraiment il y a les personnes aveugles, mais en vue d'œil, on ne peut pas savoir que telle personne a atteint de surdité. Et ça, j'ai remarqué, il n'y a pas une personne qui interprète en langage de signes. J'ai remarqué cela. Donc, je voudrais faire une recommandation pour la prochaine année. Bien sûr que vous puissiez vraiment prévoir cela. Maintenant, je voudrais quand même faire un commentaire en général, bien sûr. Vous savez, ce n'est pas aujourd'hui qu'on a commencé à parler des problèmes des femmes. Ce n'est pas aujourd'hui. On n'est pas parti de rien. On a parlé de 13-25. On a parlé de ça. Ce n'est pas aujourd'hui. Maintenant, jusqu'à présent, on a des problèmes. Mais c'est quoi? Il faut qu'on soit capable à se poser cette question. Qu'est-ce qui ne va pas? Est-ce que la stratégie utilisée n'est pas adaptée? La stratégie, c'est nous qui mettons en place. Si ça ne marche pas, est-ce qu'on est obligé de continuer? Aujourd'hui, chacun de nous ici, peut-être représente à une cible à défendre. Quand vous regardez au niveau du pouvoir exécutif, les femmes qui sont là-bas, qu'est-ce que ces femmes-là font pour les autres femmes? Les femmes qui sont dans le pouvoir législatif, là où on vote les lois, là où on vote les accords, qu'est-ce que les femmes-là font? Qu'est-ce que les femmes-là font? Et là, il faut qu'on change cette mentalité. Si nous voulons vraiment que les femmes aient un pouvoir, il faut que les femmes se donnent les mains. On ne peut pas être là pour dire que oui, je suis femme, je défends une femme, et au niveau de rédaction de politiques ou de programmes ou de projets, et tu ne défends pas une femme. On tu ne donnes pas un quota, tu dis non, c'est ça. Il faut qu'on respecte cela. Moi, aujourd'hui, je suis très heureuse. Pourquoi? Parce que avant, je me demandais, je me disais, non, ma vie, c'est dans la société civile. C'est une erreur. Parce que si tu ne fais pas la politique va faire de toi ce qu'elle veut. Ça, c'est ça.
Yeah.
Mais aujourd'hui, je disais, je suis très contente parce qu'en fait, je n'ai pas choisi, c'est vrai, mais on m'a choisi d'être représentante des personnes handicapées au niveau du Parlement. Et je sais ce que je fais. Et si chacun de nous faisait ça, franchement, il y aura une amélioration.
Thank
Merci
you so
beaucoup.
much. Okay, we've got 2 questions here. Women in politics do change things, and we can't be talking about the same things forever. There were 2 questions over here. Unfortunately, ladies, I can't take all these questions. I simply cannot. Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead. And after you, one more. We have to move on.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Estimée Ngoma de la délégation de Brazzaville. J'ai pas une question, mais j'ai une leçon que AfWID m'a apprise. C'est pour la première fois que je participe à ça, mais je mets ma main droite sur mon cœur pour dire honnêtement, tel que nous sommes les femmes ici, je viens d'apprendre une grande leçon. Et c'est ce que je veux partager à chaque femme qui va retourner dans son pays. Je dis l'Afrique est ceci. Pour moi, ce que j'ai apprise, l'Afrique c'est comme une femme qui a porté une longue robe et à chaque partie de sa robe, du haut jusqu'en bas, où il y a quelques trous qui est percé. Dans cela, chaque trou représente une difficulté que chaque pays court. Et dans la leçon que j'ai apprise ici à AfWID en Afrique du Sud, on a dessiné le premier jour le pied. Pour moi, ce pied qu'on a dessiné représente que cette dame qui est africaine, qui a porté cette grande longue robe avec des trous, son pied qu'elle a dessiné, c'est pour commencer à affronter les difficultés qu'elle a. Et la main qu'elle porte, cette main, regardez ma robe, elle est grande, elle est longue. Je ne sais pas pourquoi je la porte. Je l'ai portée aujourd'hui, peut-être c'est pour cet exemple. Donc, à ce niveau, s'il y a un trou ici et un trou au dos, le dos ne peut pas se déplacer pour venir coudre ici ou le genou. Donc, de part et d'autre, si on nous appelait ici à AfWID, c'est parce que la main que nous avons dessinée le deuxième jour, je l'utilise pour coudre toutes les parties de mon corps ou de ma robe pour que ça ne puisse pas se faire voir. Ça, c'est la leçon que AfWID m'a apprise. Quand le Congo pleure, je pleure. Yeah. Quand le Niger pleure, le Tchad, l'Afrique du Sud, à quelque part on viole, à quelque part on fait quelque chose de mal, à quelque part une femme pleure, à quelque part une femme n'arrive pas à se déplacer dans son champ pour recueillir son alimentation, ses fruits, et à quelque part il y a une situation en Afrique. Quel que soit là où tu es, si tu as pu assister à cette réunion, dis-toi que tu es cette femme, une partie de ce corps qui est percé.
Okay. Thank you. Merci. It's a beautiful metaphor, and maybe we can use it next year for the imaging of AfWID. The woman in the dress, different patches. Yes, ma'am, you who's standing, and how we help each other make that dress fit. Yes, you. Last question. Go ahead.
Asante.
Asante.
Yes.
Please ask your question.
No, na kuchangia. Kwa majina naitwa Saf Karim Kashushu, natokea Tanzania. Kwa mjadala wa leo kulikuwa kuna baadhi ya vitu nahitaji kuchangia kwa wamama ambao wazuri nilowaona katika mkutano huu. Kwanza nilihitaji kuchangia kwamba wamama wote tujitahidi kuwa wajasiri.
Okay, if I may ask, apparently there is no translation for Swahili. So could we, there is, but there's no what? No English translation. Okay, so if you could repeat yourself so that the English translator could go ahead. Let's try again. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Let's start again.
Asante.
Asante sana.
Kwa majina anaitwa Asaf Karim Kashushu, natokea Tanzania. Nilikuwa na machache nahitaji kuambia wamama wazuri ambao nimekutana nao katika mkutano huu. Kwanza kabisa nilikuwa nawaambia wamama kwamba tujitahidi kuwa wajasiri. Haijalishi ni mangapi ambayo tunayapitia kwenye maisha yetu ambayo yalituumiza au yalitufanya kutubadilisha katika maisha yetu, lakini tujitahidi kuwa wajasiri, tusiogope na tujitahidi kuipaza sauti yetu. Endapo umeona tukio baya, endapo umeona mtu anafanywa ukatili wowote, inabidi usimame upaze sauti yako, kwa sababu leo anafanyiwa yeye, lakini kumbuka hata wewe ungeweza kufanyiwa. Kwa hiyo inabidi wote tusimame kwa pamoja kuweza kupaza sauti zetu. Pia nasema kwamba mimi naamini kwamba nyumba ambayo ina mama yupo ndani ya hiyo nyumba huaga yenye baraka, na hiyo nyumba lazima ikue. Kwenye swala la nilikuwa nataka kuongezea kwenye swala la uchumi. Nashukuru Tanzania kuna baadhi ya taasisi ambazo zinawasaidia kuwapa elimu wa mama kwenye issue ya ujasiriamali. Kuna wamama ambao wanapata elimu katika kutengeneza sabuni, kuna wengine wanapewa elimu kwenye kupanda vitu mbalimbali. Kama hapa kuna mama ambaye analima mahindi kutoka Tanzania. Pia naamini kuna wengi wa mama ambao wanatoka sehemu mbalimbali na wana ujuzi mbalimbali. Wanao na shauri, na ninasema kwamba ujuzi wowote ambao unao, jitahidi kumpa na mwingine ili aweze kupata na tuondoe ili janga ambalo linatudidimiza sisi wanawake kiuchumi. Endapo una ujuzi wowote, jaribu kumpa na mtu mwingine ili madi wote kwa pamoja tuweze kuweza kuongoza na kukaa katika uchumi ambao ni mzuri, na tuache kutegemea. Wanawake inabidi tusimame wote kwa pamoja, tusaidiane wote kwa pamoja, na naamini wanawake wote tunaweza. Asante sana.
Thank you. Okay, if you got all of that, if you could tie it in and leave us with a thought, please, Bukhali.
Thank you so much for all your wonderful insights and comments. And now that we have noted the violences of capitalism and classism, may we leave this room, this country, feeling inspired to remain in solidarity. May we leave this space feeling inspired to not allow profit and careerism to deter us from our mission. And to emphasize this point, I'm going to read, as a closing remark, very short, a part of the document. It would be such an injustice if I left this room and I didn't read this document that was written in 1984 by the women of the Medu Art Ensemble. And this is what they said. The oppressor's mass media projects an image of women that is designed to keep us passive and submissive in the midst of our misery, where women are supposed to be objects of beauty, of leisure, of fashion, or alternatively limited to household chores and childbearing. They often portray us as emotional, petty, and unintellectual. Yet, we know that women are also workers at all levels of society. We know that it is often the strength of women as mothers and family women that builds and maintains families. We know that many great women have fought their oppression within the bigger fight against their people's oppression. We, as cultural workers, must use our talents and skills to fight the deliberately distorted image painted by the enemy. For example, let us strive for a more positive image of women in novels, photographs, films, drawings, and paintings. Even when specific problems affect women only, we must approach and tackle them from a wider context. For example, Depo-Provera, which continues to be rolled out today. These women spoke out against Depo-Provera in 1984. Depo-Provera continues to cause tumors in our brains in 2025. This is a concern. And so this contraceptive injection used on women in Southern Africa harms only women's bodies. But its promotion in this region and in other undeveloped countries is part of a wider indifference by the imperialist powers to the health of our people. It is banned in the US, yet American drug companies promote it here. It is also an integral part of apartheid's genocidal efforts to keep down African population figures in South Africa. Let us look at what prevails with women in cultural work. The educational structure of the oppressor culture systematically funnels us out of scientific and technical areas. If and when we do end up as artists, writers, and musicians and so on, we face certain specific problems. We are expected to limit our participation to only certain areas. For example, singers and not instrumentalists, actresses and not directors or producers, painters and not organizers. We also have to face the prejudices created by the distorted image projected of us, whereas men, whether they're cultural workers or not, are usually exempted from the daily responsibilities in a home, women are not. I'll end it here, but I do want to say that the very first step of being free is to free yourself. Continue to have a conversation with your mind and your body as a way to liberate not only yourself, but everyone else around you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for telling. There's a lot. Please have your seat. There's a lot, because I think it just points to what we're conscious we're doing as consumers. We are the largest consumers. What we're buying, why we're buying it, how it harms our bodies, how it harms our families, how it disempowers our finances. And when we start aspiring for things that are above our financial means, how we get indebted because we've bought into ideas. Lastly, Beijing at 30. 30 plus since the Beijing Declaration. Women's rights are human rights. Please point us to this conversation, the last of the day. Just before you begin, please look into your handbags. If you've lost a pair of car keys, I've got them. Pair of car keys, if they're yours, I think it's a VW, I got them. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists who are hosting other sessions. They touch in one way or another the things that we discussed in this room. It was a room filled with passion, a lot of contributions, and we spoke a lot about issues within and without the Beijing framework. So I'll just go recapping as per the panelists that we had. We started with Amel. Amel was a journalist at Beijing 30 years ago. She's still wearing her journalist badge that she wore back then. And we spoke about how different it is now from how it was back then, and how at least we have made some progress. There are a few editors in newsrooms. Things have gotten a little easier, just a little easier as compared to back then. But then thrown back to the audience, we had a lot of contribution in regard to women and media and how difficult it is. And just before I move further, we have got a chair that we placed there. That chair was supposed to represent the women who are in conflict zones all over the region. She spoke of 35 conflicts going on. That chair was supposed to represent those women. And women in conflict areas spoke about the even more intense challenges that they are going through as women in media. We had someone from Sudan speak about journalism currently being non-existent there, about they have lost about 24 journalists, and it goes on and on. We have seen African governments continuously gag the media, and we have seen women in media being given stories that are social or not so important They are not covering the political stories. They're not covering the war stories. So that means that women's stories in those areas are just not being given justice and they're not being told. So we were calling on solidarity. There was a very specific ask to the AfWID Secretariat to have a statement written in solidarity with the people of Goma, the women of Goma, the women who are undergoing such a critical humanitarian crisis at this time. Also in solidarity with the women of Sudan. They were very specific to ask us if we were going to endorse a statement in solidarity with them. So I hope when Secretariat comes through, we're going to be able to support them and just put our signatures on in terms of endorsing our solidarity with those people. So we went on to another speaker, Ms. Kaara. Ms. Kaara is a living legend. I think we saw her yesterday dancing with us. And she referenced the whole framework, and she says it was such a critical time, and the framework has helped bring down the walls. So then what? What are we doing with the power that we have? Are we going to sit on the sidelines and continue lamenting, or are we going to go into those rooms and negotiate for power and take power back and do what we need to do as African women? Beijing, the platform, has covered the 12 critical areas have covered large areas of our lives. So we need to utilize it, and we need to take that power back, and we need to move in a way to take over the spaces and to protect ourselves and the generations to come. We had another panelist speaking about spaces and the power in spaces. She is working in Nigeria and she transforms spaces, and she spoke her story, how she speaks to people to utilize spaces and the power of spaces. It's like this space that we have been provided for by AfWID to have conversation. Without this space, we will not be able to do this. We cannot have this conversation on the streets. So the spaces that we create for ourselves, the spaces that we advocate for are very important, and it's a critical thing to consider, even within our communities where we are having dialogues about our issues. Where are our children playing? Is it safe? Affordable accommodation, women in urban areas, that is a critical problem that has hit women in urban areas. And as we continue with our advocacy journey, I think we need to utilize this framework to call our governments to order in terms of providing spaces of all forms. And then we spoke about CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, that happens every year, and there were so many recommendations coming from the floor, and the loudest voices were saying that as we look at revitalizing it, it needs to move from New York and rotate to other continents. And we were calling on organizations that are already established, networks that are already established, to assist young women acquire visas, if it's still in New York, for young women to attend. And whatever it is, of course we need funding. We were calling for mentorship. We were calling for everybody who has already been there to take up a young person and mentor them into the space. We were also asking that we call our governments to implement the recommendations of CSW, because when they come back home from New York, it's a forgotten story. Nothing seems to move further than that. So we called on our governments to implement all the recommendations that are coming out of all the CSW meetings. This year is going to be the 69th one. So we are counting the number of annual migrations that we make to New York to discuss women's issues and what difference it's making. And there's even the question of, is it still a relevant space for women to discuss their issues? So there were many other issues. I hope I'll have the opportunity to share the report about the issues coming from the floor, about conflict, especially the conflict that is facilitated by technology. Young people have asked you to trust them. I applaud the lady whose daughter is in the space. You have done a good job. You have done really, really well in implementing good values in young people. And all young people are asking is for you to trust that they're going to do a good job going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't leave. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so 30 years since Beijing, it sounds to me there's been regression as opposed to progression. Yes, there's some equity rules, there's affirmative action, but it's only shifted the needle a little bit. It's not brought wholesale change. And we have to really understand why that is. Okay, there's a question here in the middle. Please stand. Please stand, ma'am. Please stand up. Just because I don't want any confusion. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the yellow, and that's it. Please stand. Please stand, ma'am. And then we go. Okay, go ahead.
Alors, bonjour à tous. Je suis Raïssa de Madagascar. Je suis encore étudiante et j'aimerais juste faire un petit commentaire qui me semble très important. Nous, les jeunes, nous ressentons beaucoup de pression par rapport au changement et au futur. Et je pense que nous avons besoin de solidarité, pas juste entre les femmes, mais aussi entre les femmes de différentes générations. Et parce que on ne peut pas oublier le passé et aussi ignorer le présent. C'est juste ce que j'ai à dire. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Solidarity amongst women and generations. Yes, ma'am. Okay, do you have a microphone on you in the yellow? Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
شكرا ومساء الخير.
We can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you. We can hear you. What is the problem? We can absolutely hear you in the yellow. Go ahead, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Didi Uwizeimana from Rwanda. I left Rwanda in 1994 and I'm living in South Africa only for 22 years. In the other years, I was living in Congo, in Kenya, in the other country. And I'm not here to complain or to ask more questions. I'm here to, I can say, to appreciate. First of all, I appreciate the person who called me to come in this dialogue. It was my first time, but I'm so excited. I'm so, okay. I have one word which touched me a lot, that power, knowledge is power. I learned a lot from this dialogue. And when you get to this talk of human rights, power is knowledge, where is connected with human rights. Most of women here, I think, earlier on, I was almost to be disappointed when I heard like we are blaming each other. What did you do if you are, those people, they don't do anything. Those people, who are those people? Another lady from Tanzania is like, she answered that question. She said, no one is gonna stand for you. Stand up with the little you have, with the little power you have, do what you can. Et puis, sorry to mix with the French. Do what you have, do what you can. Then with the little knowledge you have, transfer it to another person. And then from one woman, the women of the world will get the same knowledge, will get the same power, will get the same love. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
شكرا ومساء الخير. أنا مرأة من النساء الصحراويات الصحراء الغربية. زين عندي نضيف فذل كانت تقول الأخت في موضوع التوصيات. توصية حول المرأة الصحراوية اللي عايشة 45 سنة في اللوجو والمعاناة وأرضها مقلوعة منها وخيراتها وجميع الحقوق اللي تتمتع بهم المرأة الإفريقية هي عاجزة عن توصل لهم نتيجة للغزو ونتيجة للظلم اللي معدل لها. زين عندي بيعلنوا في الكلام وفي الإعلام وفي التوصيات وفي ذا النساء الصحراويات يكلم عنهم وتنتشر قضيتهم ويندعموا من خلال علاقتهم بأخواتهم الإفريقيات وصداقتهم بهم، لأن حقيقة نعيش معاناة شديدة، معاناة حقيقة. 45 سنة وإحنا في الملاجئ، 45 سنة ما عندنا خيراتنا، 45 سنة نسائنا في المدن المحتلة يعذبوا ويبتطوا وينتهكوا حرماتهم ويغتصبوا. إذن هذا ما خلق حد يقدر يتكلم عنه. إذن زين عندي بإعلان ما دمنا في هذا الحفل الكريم، وهذا النساء الإفريقيات أخواتنا وصديقاتنا وشقيقاتنا بإعلانهم ينشروا قضيتنا من أجل بإعلان نحققوا الهدف اللي قايسينه هو الاستقلال، ونتمتعوا بجميع الحريات اللي يتمتعوا بها النساء الإفريقيات. يا رب تركتهم يتمكنوا من خيراتهم، يعدلوا كل الهموم لهم وهم مستقلين. إذن حقيقة أنا يبقى فيا ويأسفني بإعلانه ما خالق نشر لهذه القضية والمعاناة اللي احنا نعيشه كنساء صحراويات، ونتمنى منكم ديارنا في التوصيات. وشكرا.
Thank you so much. I know there's a question here and here. Okay. And that will be it. The lady here with her hand up. Okay. Are you asking the question? It's you. Okay. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Voy a hablar en español. Mi nombre es Araceli Inchama y vengo de Guinea Ecuatorial. Quiero sugerir a este gran movimiento en el que todos estamos aquí. Yo sé que hay mujeres lideresas que han fundado esto y que tienen muchísima experiencia que pueden transmitirnos a nosotros los jóvenes. Entonces, lo que les quiero pedir es que para lo sucesivo, para los demás eventos que sigamos teniendo, que puedan darnos pasos concretos a la juventud. Es decir, la que es una mujer que realmente tiene mucha experiencia acumulada, que diga a la juventud africana, mira, el primer paso tú puedes hacer eso para mejorar tal área en el que tú estás enfocada o en el que estás trabajando. Porque algunas de nosotras somos nuevas en este tipo de organizaciones, somos nuevos y necesitamos más experiencia, necesitamos aprender más de vosotros. Por lo tanto, necesitamos pasos concretos que nos digan, haz eso, haz eso, haz eso, para que tú puedas llevar tu organización o tu idea adelante. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And there's one final question. The lady right in front here. Unfortunately, no, ma'am. In the interest of time, I picked the 4. It is what it is. Go ahead.
Bonjour, je suis Annie Bambé, défenseur des droits de l'homme en République démocratique du Congo. J'apprécie le soutien de toutes les femmes AfWID à l'égard des femmes congolaises qui souffrent en ces moments. En ce qui concerne l'atelier sur Benjing, je voudrais savoir, parce que le thème de cette année, la CSW 69, porte sur le bilan du plan d'action de la déclaration de Benjing 30 ans après. Je voudrais savoir, dans l'atelier où vous étiez, est-ce que les femmes ont pu également se remettre en cause pour savoir qu'est-ce qu'elles ont aussi pu faire, quel est leur bilan 30 ans après, parce que les femmes sont aussi partie prenante à la déclaration au plan d'action de Benjing. Donc ce ne sont pas seulement les États. Est-ce que nous, les femmes, nous nous sommes remises en question pour savoir si nous avons mené des actions pour que 30 ans après, nos actions soient déclarées positives? Merci.
Thank you. I think you can tie it all together, answer all the questions, and then we can wrap it up.
I think because hers was a very specific question, I'm going to start by answering hers. So last year we had a series of consultations led by Femnet. We had regional consultations across the 5 regions, and we had one final one that was held in Addis Ababa, where we gathered views about, the question was, how far have we come? What have we done well? What have we not done well? What what do we need to stop doing and what do we need to start doing? And asking those questions to African women and young people across the region, we were able to come up with a report, which is also being utilized at the discussions at CSW. Every year, FemNet holds an alternative space for CSW for those who are not able to go to New York. Mostly it's for an African position paper in regard to whatever subject or whatever topic that is being discussed at CSW. So this year we're going to be gathered at Botswana because we already had a consultation in Addis last year and recommendations were made. We are going to be looking at the recommendation towards the revitalization of CSW going forward, because that is a discussion going on even to HLPF, and would like to have all voices had. So this year's Africa Disrupt CSW 69 is going to be a little different from what we have had in previous years. But yes, look out in the space. We try to organize as many voices and have as many voices put on record and develop reports, because we cannot actually all be in New York. As far as the platform goes, the Beijing the Beijing Platform for Action and the 12 critical areas, we have made progress. Is it enough? No. Have we retrogressed in some areas, especially the war-torn countries? Yes. Some, even in the areas such as education and literacy, we have even moved backward from where we were 30 years ago. But the framework is here, and we need to utilize it, and we need to call our governments and whatever spaces that we are working in, we need to utilize those 12 critical areas to make lives better for ourselves as African women, as young people, and Africa as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So firstly, please may I request that we really applaud our panelists, and I believe that they've represented the core interventions that came up in their sessions. So we thank you all very, very much. You've also been very provocative, and some of the themes, I mean, just spoke to the very visceral reality of what it is to be a woman. Not theoretic, but just what it is to be a woman. I just remember that comment that says, remember, some of us don't like men. I mean, that's just raw and to the core, you know. But this is what I picked up from today's conversations, is that it's 30 years since the Beijing Declaration, and it's 30 years of conversations that haven't really moved. And we have to ask ourselves a question 30 years later, 40 years later, why are we still having the same conversations? Why is there a generation of African women who must sit in a forum like this and hear the things that their mothers spoke about as a reality that they have to live through as a rising generation? Is it mindset? Is it systemic? Is it because women aren't in politics, and so because they don't contest elections, they don't influence policy? Is it because we really believe deep in our core the things that we have been told that say we are not enough, and we've internalized them? These were some of the issues that were raised in a very nuanced way through all of these subjects. When we spoke about the economy, yes, we spoke about it at a micro level, what happens in your household, the debts you've incurred because you're aspiring to a lifestyle that the capitalist system is selling you. Got that. But yet we're surrounded by women farmers all around us. They are trading their wares, they are trading vegetables, they are trading textiles, but we prefer to go to the supermarket owned by a conglomerate. We make these choices as consumers. The power is in our hands. So there are some things that we need to introspect about as women and realize how much of our power, our personal sovereignty, we have surrendered. And when we are honest about that, then the solidarity begins. Because then you realize just how far behind the curve you are, how much of your own sovereignty you have surrendered, how much other women have surrendered. And maybe that's why people are speaking on our behalves, and these African movements, women's movements, are not taking shape. So maybe we stop having the conversations for 30 years, and we start saying, tangibly, what is the thing that we can do that starts to move us forward?
Which are the assets we can own that move us forward? Which are the groups and the agencies we can create that move us forward? Who is a lawyer in this room who can negotiate a new deal for us? Who is an investor in this room who can get us into a women's development fund and let's invest in our own enterprises? Who are the accountants who can help us balance the books? And who has the voice to contest an election because we will vote for you? Unless we do it, we're going to be here next year and the next year and the next year complaining. Let us shift the needle. I just want to end the session by literally telling you a story that stayed with me in the most incredible way. And this speaks to something that I think a lady here said, where you said we should stop seeking equity with men and complementarity. I sort of agree with that, but not entirely. Not entirely. Let me tell you why I say that. The system of equity and equality speaks to how the world, the capitalist world, the development humanitarian world, the AU system, the politics, have been structured to put women in a nice box. And we have to kick the box and do something brand new. Otherwise, we're always going to be complementarity, bridesmaids in deals and never the main action, never the bride. So this is what was said to me by an American woman who heads up, believe it or not, the US State Department has a directorate on race and diaspora. And she said, why do we talk about racial equity in the world? The same way we talk about gender equity in the world, because the system is rigged against you. And so she used this example. You have 3 people standing here on stage. One is tall, one is medium height, one is short. And there's a fence in front of us. What do? Because we all have to look over. The tall one obviously can see over the fence. She's got a natural endowment. She's tall. The medium one, what are you going to do? They might be able to stand on their tippy toes and maybe elevate and see, so they can get a little bit of help. The short one is going to need a big box to see over because they've got a serious disability. But what is the best solution in this story? To give everybody a small box, a big box, what's the best thing to do? Remove the fence. Ladies, let's remove the fence. Goodbye. And that is the end of our session today. Can we remove the fences in our lives and have proper equity? Enjoy your evening.